Morning, Mr. Alamo.
Good morning.
We're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Parole. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Poole.
Good morning, Panel Member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Yes, Edgar Alamo, 448158.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edgar Alamo, inmate number 448158. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 2 years and 1 day, followed by 3 years probation for violation of probation with underlying offenses: assault third, reckless endangerment second, unlawful restraint second, a violation of probation with the underlying offense assault third, criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, defense weapon, illegal sale and purchase of a large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 11th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: none utilized in a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a moderate range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Sorry, I can't get that part again. Sorry.
Oh, you can address the panel and tell them why you think you should be granted parole.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little nervous right now. I have something written down. I'd like to start by expressing sorrow for the trauma and harm I caused the victims, community, my children, and family. I understand the seriousness of my situation and the concerns it raises. I take responsibility for the decisions and circumstances that placed me in this position. I've took time to reflect on my past. I've recognized the choices in the environment I placed myself and contributed to the situation. My actions are my own and is unacceptable, and I take full accountability for it. During my time incarcerated, I have reassessed the direction of my life. I've maintained good behavior. I've made a conscious effort to follow all rules and expectations. As I finish my remaining days of programming over the past 10 months, I've been focused on personal development as a father and a man, identifying my emotions, working on self-discipline, decision-making. I understand change requires an effort, a consistent effort, structure, and accountability. I truly apologize for my foolish decisions I've made and to everyone I've affected. When released, I'm committed to keeping life development programs as a part of my routine. I'm eager to return home and continue working, providing, and being an active parent. I'm fully prepared to comply with all required sets by parole. I respectfully request consideration from the board of parole to grant me the opportunity to demonstrate my goals with actions in the community, success and accomplishments. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to express gratitude to the Board of Parole.
Thank you, Mr. Alamo. So what we're going to do here is we've read about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, your interview with a parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns to ask those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And the questions this morning will start with Board Member Rodriguez.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Alamo.
Good morning.
How are you feeling this morning? Good?
Yes. A little nervous.
Nervous? Okay. Yeah. Well, try to take a deep breath and just, we'll get through this and you'll get through this. Talk to me a little bit about the program that you've taken, the programs that you've taken. You've talked a lot about change that you've made. Tell me, what programs have you taken that have contributed to some of those changes?
As of right now, I am in domestic violence and I'm in tier 2. And it's been showing me, giving me a lot on seeing things in other people's point of views and their perspectives, how they feel, and how my decisions can affect other people no matter if I was hurt. So like identifying my emotions, identifying like their emotions, identifying triggers, and basically the punishment, the consequences that I can get just from the littlest things.
How do you think you'll use what you've learned?
I just won't. Basically, I just won't condone or like.
Go ahead.
I won't condone it to an argument. I would just have to walk away. Think about, pause. Think about what I'm gonna say. The areas, the people I've been around. Stay away from them. You know, and just continue to work. Be a parent. And stay away from negative energy.
Yeah, but the biggest concerns, I mean, I have obviously with you, some of your history, right? Your history really reflects somebody who really, you know, has some anger issues.
Yeah, growing up, it's really, anger has really affected me in a way, but I just didn't really know how to control it. I didn't know how to identify it. I just was going based off just my feelings, and going based off my feelings, I just didn't, at the time, I just didn't like really think, or I didn't think about everybody else's feelings. I didn't think about like consequences. I didn't think about where my anger would bring me. And as of now, like the things I've been learning in these classes has just been opening my eyes. It's an eye opener, and I'm focused on success. I'm focused on success. I don't see myself getting like. I don't see myself committing these mistakes no more. I've been incarcerated for the past 10 months, and I done walked in to a lot of things that in the past I probably would have looked at myself like I would have changed, but now I've seen I've seen a big change in myself. You know, I've walked away from some.
That's a good segue for me. What are those changes that you see you've made?
Not reacting fast. I'm thinking. I'm holding myself accountable. I'm letting things walk away.
You don't have any tickets. Is there an example you can give me of how these changes have impacted you in not getting any tickets in the facility?
Yes. So I would say a lot. And being incarcerated, it's a lot of like you know, politicking in a way to speak, and those are the quickest ways to like fall into an argument. And I just don't even comment. I just don't even comment. I walk away. I just don't even try to give my opinion on things. If I do see things going the wrong way, I try to help people think before they act in a way. I try to give advice, and you know, and I walk away from them.
Have you had a chance to take voices yet?
No, not yet. I've signed up, but the same counselor, the same counselor that does domestic violence is the same counselor that does voices, and she hasn't put me in that program. I asked to get into both of those programs, but they said something about as long as I'm in one, I should be fine. But I got into tier 2 as well. Tier 2 is about addiction services.
Tell me about that.
That also it also relates in so many ways of addiction and relapsing. It doesn't only have to do with like drugs. It could just be like things you're comfortable with that's also like addictive. Like being around people knowing that they're negative, but out of just, you know, love and communication could obviously make you relapse into the wrong decisions, things that are contagious, things that you grew up around, used to, you know. So that's also been teaching me ways to like stay away from people, knowing the type of people, knowing the type of environment, knowing basically the things that people could bring to the table. If it isn't positive, you know, just stay away from it.
You know, having taken that program, you score a 3, but you report that you don't have any problems with drugs or alcohol. Did that program change your thinking around whether there were issues with drugs or alcohol?
Yes, it does. It does. It changes my thinking completely, like a 360 on, or I say a 150 or a 160, basically, on how I used to think about, drugs, alcohol, in a way. It really, it's really, it's really all a mind thing, people can fight it, but in which case I just don't feel like I should do any of these type of drugs or alcohol. I just won't even touch it anymore. Like, it just, all it takes is one time, all it takes is one party, all it takes is one sip, one smoke, just to have it in your conscious 24/7 on continue.
Do you see a connection between whatever drugs you were using at the time and some of these offenses?
Yes, smoking marijuana, I would say tobacco as well. Those are the only things I actually ever did. But yeah, smoking marijuana, it was like a consistent thing for me. And I saw, like, when I didn't have it, the multiple emotions that'll give me if I didn't have it, the mood swings, and just chasing it, really.
It does impact your life.
Yes.
Have you given any thought to a support network on the outside that will help support that kind of thinking to stay away from using marijuana? Because right now marijuana is legal, right?
Yes.
You really, you can just walk into a place and get it. So what have you done any thinking around a recovery support system or a system that will help you in those times when you feel like you the need to get high?
Yeah, as of right now, so I remember when I first got incarcerated, I'll think about it all the time. And then people started giving me like coping skills, because I would have like the little cold sweats, just like basically, like, I don't know what's that word that you use when I don't know, it's not relapsing, it's like basically when you don't get the drug that you're used to, so you start sweating, you start getting like this type of anxiety. So I just started giving way, like, just drawing or looking for like, exercising, looking for different motives to get my mind off of it. As of right now, I haven't been thinking about it at all. I know when I do go home, I know it's gonna be like a thing where obviously I could be at the wrong place, like going to a corner store, coming out of a actual like a Walmart, and there's people who could be smoking cigarettes right there. I used to like smoking cigarettes as well too. Go up to my car, they could be smoking marijuana. Just staying away from it. Really, just don't even. I know it's a battle in my head. I just gotta keep fighting that constant thought.
All right, I appreciate you responding to my question. What's your thinking? You have a GED. Any
Yeah.
thoughts on continuing education?
Yeah, I have a GED. I got one in the world, but I was thinking about this community college thing that Tier 2 brought into place. I think it's like a free programming for college. I was looking into it. I don't know if they do it in here or not. She just passed out the papers for someone to look into. But I was definitely thinking about going into college. That's something I didn't ever get to do in my period of life. I had a kid at a very young age. I was only
You're still a very young age.
Yeah, I've seen, so basically 14, 15, I had my first child, and still I didn't grow past that, having a kid at a very young age, and I didn't actually like get to do the goals that I actually wanted to do when I was younger.
What thoughts do you have about what you're going to do when you are released in terms of a career or work?
Yes. So before being incarcerated, I had just gotten into the tow truck industry. That's something that fascinated me since a kid. Tow trucks, period. Like, so I had just gotten into it. I got pulled. I'm in this situation that I'm in here for now that got me incarcerated to violate probation. I was also in the I was also haircutting. I would do like my own little side stuff, but I never had my license, so I want to go for my license to get a haircut, to do haircuts. I have my license, I have my driver's license, but I also want to get my CDL, to have my own tow truck industry, my own tow truck company, my own lot, and just grow from there on out.
That's very ambitious, and it's going to take a lot of work on your end. So hopefully it's something that you'll, start preparing for, because that's a very ambitious plan to come out to do. And it's going to take a lot of work to get to that point. So you're going to have to really do a lot of work with that. How is your relationship with what is your relationship like with your children?
So as of right now, I am very close with two of my children. One of them lives out of state, so I barely get to actually physically see them a lot. More was through phone calls, but me and his mom don't we really don't talk. It's more of a past situation thing of mine. I can take accountability for my mistakes. I don't know if she would ever, take accountability for hers, but I was just more overall just say it's my fault really that I'm not. She doesn't want me to be in his life consistently due to my past. But for my other two kids, I've been in their life. I'm always risking to take care of them every dollar. I'm always working, trying to find whether if it's fixing cars. I know I don't have a garage or anything right now, but little side jobs here and there that I'm always getting into just to feed my family.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. What's your support system on the outside?
Yeah, I have my mom, my grandmother, my father here and there. He hasn't been very active in my life at all neither. I would say my uncles, my sisters, they're always a great support.
You're going to have, even if you were granted today, you would happen until October. So you still have some time, you have a few months. What would you do in between that time if you were granted?
I continue to do my programs. I'll definitely look into doing more programs. I wanted to get into voices as well. I'm going to focus on getting into voices. They also have a new, I don't know if it's a new program, but it's called New Thoughts. I wanted to get in there too. But in the meantime, we just focus on these programmings. And I'm looking forward to programs outside of the world too. I know they don't have a lot. They do have addiction services. They do have domestic violence out there, but I'm not sure if they have these programs that they have in here out there. So I also have to look into those as well.
All right, Mr. Lama, I don't really have a whole lot of other questions for you today. Share some of your opening statement, the things that I want to ask. So I'm good right now. I'm going to pass on to my colleagues, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Whatever.
Mr. Alamo, what we're doing here today is making a determination about whether you should finish the 2 years and 1 day you have to serve out in the community on parole. And we make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. While you've done well this period of incarceration with your behavior, I'm impressed that you've gotten into the programs you're currently participating in because you were only sentenced in March.
Right.
What you were doing out in the community is terribly concerning. You were on probation for this pretty serious domestic assault. And you were only on probation 9 months when you got these new charges. You told Officer Shamroy you had the guns because others did too. What does that mean?
It was more of like a poor judgment on my behalf. I took accountability for being around other people who had guns, and I knew about it, and I knew I shouldn't have been around it. So,
Especially on probation.
especially on probation, being around in the wrong environment just dragged me right back in. Being around the wrong people just dragged me right back in.
So are you a follower? Is that why you were, hanging out with this crowd?
More of a follower, more of like just not that I wanted to be around the crowd. It was just more of like these were my friends since very young, and I didn't really look at them in a way of them being so. Even though I'm foolish for thinking that way too, but not being so foolish at the time, and it's just.
So your allegiances were in the wrong place to people who were doing things that weren't in your best interest, but you let them lead you around.
Right.
So there was, why the motor vehicle was stopped by the police?
Now I do know, yes.
Because it was seen involved in a shooting. There were
Right.
11 shell casings at the scene, and some of those bullets went into an apartment. So when you said in your opening statement that serious concern the situation you were in raises, is that what you were referring to? The fact that you were party to endangering innocent people at home in their own apartments with gunfire?
Due to the simple fact that I showed a vehicle to a party that was part of this case, and I trusted that he would pay me. I trusted that he wouldn't do anything in the car that
Okay,
foolish.
so you continue to blame your co-defendant that he had the car earlier and you weren't around, and this, when they stopped you and the guns were there, you didn't know it?
At the time, I didn't know they had it in the car. I didn't know that they had it. I knew that they had, I know that they had guns, but I didn't know that they left it inside the car. And when they were getting detained, I didn't want to lose a car. They owed me money for it, so I just took accountability for the car, and there was a gun found in there, so I just.
Two guns and a large capacity magazine. So when you were in the community for that 9-month period, what were you doing? You were working under the table, so you weren't paying taxes and being a responsible adult with your job. What else were you? You were smoking marijuana every day. What else were you doing?
I would do DoorDash, and I had just gotten into the tow truck industry.
When did you participate in a domestic violence program?
I would say during my 6 month period of being on probation. It was like my fifth mark of my
What
fifth
was
month.
the name of the program, Mr. Alamo?
Yes, it was House Street, is it right now? Yeah, I can't even remember.
What was the name of the agency that ran the program?
Evolve. It was domestic violence, but it was Evolve.
No, I think you were in the Explore program.
Explore program was out of Meriden. The Evolve was out of New Haven.
Well, there's no way you can complete Evolve in 6 months. It's a year-long program.
So I believe it was I believe it was the fourth or fifth. I remember I started the express program. The first month I came out of jail. I started that the first month I came, and then the first month I came out of jail. And then I would say my second month of being in the Evolve program. That's a second or third month. Yeah, second or third month. I don't got the time gap.
Okay.
Right now, but
I'm going to tell you none of that makes sense, but that's okay. We can move on.
I completed it though.
You know, we have your word for that. We have nothing that verifies that. So you plan to go to a reentry center, or you plan to go to a staffing agency to find employment? Have you ever worked with a reentry center?
Yes.
Which one?
If I'm mistaken, it's called the American
Job center?
yeah, the American Job Center. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, Mr. Alamo, the crimes for which you're serving your sentence, and the underlying crimes that you violated probation on are very concerning. I think you got an exceptionally reasonable sentence for those crimes, and I'm really happy for you that you're completing programs and that there are other programs that you know you could benefit from. So I wish you much success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that's all of the questions that we have for you. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision in just a second. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Ever Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mr. Alamo, some of it presented very well today, and although we've had some conflicting questions, conflicting answers, may share with my colleague Turner. He has not received any tickets while he's been there. He has talked about he's got some support system in the community. The job take his word that he's taken domestic violence. I consider verification of it. He has at least another 4 months while he's there before he's eligible for parole, and then after that he's got 8 months before he EOSs. The young man who I think supervision would help him upon his release. And then he would have 2 years of probation to follow. Besides that, I'm going to be supporting his discretionary parole today. Give him that opportunity. He's got some must still take some program, which he talked about wanting to take, Voices and Youth Thoughts. And I think either one of those programs would be very helpful for him at this point. So I'm going to be supporting the discretionary parole today. Hoping that he's got 3 years of probation to follow. I'm sorry, not 2 or 3. So that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Board Member Turner.
I don't have Mr. Alamo granted discretionary parole today. He does have the deadly weapon offender registry as part of his sentence. I think it's imperative that he complete the domestic violence and Tier 2 programs that he's in. And I made a note to myself that I would be willing to rehear him in January, which would give him 6 to 7 months on discretionary parole before he begins probation. And in that time, he could certainly do Voices and New Thoughts, but he's young and he has a considerable amount of work still to do on himself. You know, I love that he has all these aspirations, but I don't hear anything by way of a plan to achieve those. And I really think he needs to spend the time breaking them down into steps, week 1, month 1, you know, so that he can really make these things happen, because he is kind of all over the place.
So Unless I'm wrong, I have his US as June.
August 27 is,
Hey,
June.
well, are you talking about the projected? Because as of today, it's October 11th, 27
Oh, so,
of 27. But again, if you're looking at the projected,
okay. Yeah. That's what I was looking at, is the projected date, because I, you know, hear both from my colleagues,
so,
on this. I would be supportive of a denial with a rehearing in December. Which would give him 6 months to complete. He's started both, addiction tier 2 and DV. So those programs will, finish up in the next, 6 months. If we put him 6 months out, and that way, yeah, I understand the concern about where we are, with what occurred in the community, with the underlying and the new conviction. He's 25 years old, and that's all that's on his criminal record. So I just think that I believe he's headed in the right direction. You know, the way he's openly discussed his situation today would lead me to that.
yeah, I'd like to see him work on his release plan. I know he has a sponsor, but, you know, things are a bit all over the place.
Could we go with a 6-month reading?
We could, I just, so this would put it at the end of December, right before the holidays, and, you know, I just thought maybe a fresh start in the new year would be perhaps a better stepping off. You know, he's got young kids, and it comes with lots of pressure when you show up at the holidays.
Right. So we're at, this hearing doesn't happen until the 3rd week of the month, right?
it's fourth Wednesday.
Fourth,
So whatever the fourth Wednesday would be.
which is either we're looking at actually going out in January.
Okay,
Well,
sure,
so
okay,
the 4th is actually the 23rd. And you're not going right out the door on the 23rd. So the 6 months would put him out in the new year.
okay. So, could we go with inadequate program completion?
Yes.
And inadequate release plan?
Yes.
Nature and circumstances doesn't change, so
Right.
I don't know if we want to use that.
I think I'm good with inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate.
I mean, I can go with that. I haven't heard too of that. I mean, it also makes sense to me. Because to kind of put himself together.
Yeah.
My concern is that he gets those programs in.
Mhm.
I thought that maybe Phil would have given him the time to go do that. Then the additional supervision would help. But I can see where my colleagues are coming from. I'm willing to kind of go with that plan. I think it does make sense for me.
Okay. And inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate release plan or adding patrons. I'm good with,
I can go with that.
okay. All right, and then just positive program and those what it needs to do. Okay, and note the disciplinary reports. Regarding Edgar Alamo 448158, I move to deny parole today based upon the nature and circumstances of the current offense, inadequate release plan, and inadequate institutional program participation. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Alamo, we are going to rehear your case December. What we want you to do is finish up. You're in 2 really good programs right now. that would be great. And you, Board Member Turner was right. You've done well getting into the programs. So the other programs that you want to take can only benefit you. All right. So we will see you in December. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Edgar Alamo, inmate number 448-158.
You want marble now?
But we.
Yeah, let's take it, Frank. You can put them in the seat for us.
That what we're supposed to use.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Marvel.
Morning.
Gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Bob Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. All my board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Cole.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Betsy Turner.
Also present this morning are members of OBS, members of the public, and board psychologists. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
I didn't hear what you said.
You please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Gianni Marmol, inmate number 445383.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gianni Marmol, inmate number 445383. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 59 months, followed by 4 years probation for hindering prosecution second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 23rd, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 1, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So I've thought about this very long. I've been incarcerated for a little over 1,000 days, which equates to about 3 years, give or take a month or two. During this time, I was fighting for a good amount of the time, I was fighting for my freedom, but also my life. You know, I had to take time to not only evaluate the decisions and the circumstances that caused my incarceration, but I also had to work on myself. I thought a lot about the situations and what led me to come to what led to my incarceration. You know, I like to say that it was a very tragic event. You know, the underlying case to my charges. I can't fathom what the victim's family is feeling. And I understand that, and I'm sorry, would never be suffice because I wouldn't know what I would do in that case or how I'd feel. And I can imagine what they were feeling. I'm not sure if you guys know, but I'm an Army veteran and I have a belief, or I guess, I guess I could say a belief that incarceration is kind of similar to the military, because in the military, you know, they break you down and build you back up, you know, and incarcerated, the only difference is when you're incarcerated, they break you down, but it's up to you on how you want to rebuild yourself. And I took this time to really analyze who I am, and I realized that I don't want to come back to be incarcerated. I don't want to be here. I wasn't raised like this. You know, I'm 30 years old. At the start of my incarceration, I was 27. Before that time, I could probably say that I was never in trouble with the law. I never had any issues with the law. The most I probably had was maybe 1 or 2 speeding tickets as a young driver, and I want to get back to that person. You know, if I'm granted parole, I'm going to make sure that I do what is necessary to get back to that person, to be a person that's a productive member of society, somebody that can bring something valuable to the community.
You all set? We're gonna, go ahead. We're gonna ask you some questions. I'm not sure if you were done, but okay.
Yes.
All right. So what happens here is that we read about your background, the facts of the case, what you've done during incarceration, you know, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns asking those questions. Then we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. During that time, you're not allowed to speak, right? And then we're going to talk about your case, and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And so hindering prosecution second, why exactly are you incarcerated today?
I'm incarcerated today because of how I responded to the police's question when they came to see me. I told them that my address was the house next door. I didn't tell them exactly who I was with when the underlying case happened. And I believe they said that I believe didn't corroborate a lot of things that they already knew.
Okay, and so why is it that you did that?
To be honest, I didn't do it maliciously. When I told them the address next door, I told them that because on GPS, I usually give out that address because my actual physical address doesn't really show up. They'll give you a couple houses down. So whenever people ask me for my address, I give them the address next door because that leads you right in front of my house. But I understand why the police thought it was malicious because, you know, in any event, you know, they're trying to find a case, figure out a case. So I should have explained that to them, and I didn't do that.
Okay, and so we need to go a little deeper with that because your sentence is 10 years, execution suspended after 59 months. So what was actually the result of what was going on there? Because I don't see what you just explained as something that constitutes 59 months in jail.
Well, they also said that a person that I had gave a ride that night, he was one of the suspects as to who killed the victim. And to be quite honest with you, I didn't see that. And I told that to the police. I didn't see that. I can't attest to that. I gave him a ride. I honestly didn't know who he was. They claimed that I didn't know him because I was with him prior, which it is true. I was with him prior too. And after I dropped him off at home as well. I didn't spend time with him. I just dropped him off at his house, trying to give him a ride. because his girlfriend had asked me to give him a ride because he didn't fit in the car.
Okay, and so you didn't, when all of the information they just told us, was that, or were those things that you didn't tell the police?
I did tell the police that I gave him a ride. I did tell the police that I didn't know him. Part of it was I forgot that we were together prior to. I had told the police that, you know, I went from home directly to the event, and that wasn't true. I did go to somebody's house prior to, and we were there for a little bit before we had went to the Hookah Lounge Club. So how do I explain this? So because I didn't say that, they made I can understand how it views like I was hiding information, and I personally didn't do that. I just forgot. You know, we were only there for a very short amount of time. I believe it was an hour, 45 minutes. So it slipped my mind at the time.
Okay. And all of this surrounds what kind of event?
A shooting, a homicide.
So that's the seriousness of this.
Yes, sir. Yes.
When the police are out there and they're trying to put everything together, it requires our cooperation so that the right people are brought to justice, right?
Yes. And I understand that I should have asked more questions, and that was my fault. You know, a lot of times when they were questioning me, I didn't really understand what they were asking me, and that was my fault. You know, I should have asked questions. If I didn't understand something, I should have asked them to clarify, or I should have asked for more information.
So you only, when it comes to programming while you've been inside, I have that you took tier 1. Is there anything else that you were able to accomplish while you've been inside?
No, I have not. Like I said, I was incarcerated for the majority of the time.
Yeah.
So they don't allow you to take programming as an unsentenced inmate. But now that I have been sentenced, I have reached out. I have new thoughts on my AOP, which is the only programming. I've been on the waiting list. I have the paperwork here as well since March. But I've also signed up for other programming that I'm on the waiting list as well.
Okay, and so have other than like official programs, have you done anything else while you've been in? Have you participated in any kind of other meetings or religious services or anything?
I am Muslim. Every Friday I go to Juma, and every Tuesday I go to Talim, which is Quranic studies, which equates to kind of like a Bible study.
That's twice weekly, right?
Yes, sir.
We only had one disciplinary report back in August the 24th for refusing housing. And you have a background where you've been educated with a trade and you're using that trade to make an income, right?
Yes. So in the military, I was a small engine specialist. In the world,
Say that one more time for me. I'm sorry.
I said in the military, I was a small engine specialist. 91 Juliet. It equates to the world kind of like an engineer. I mainly work as a maintenance mechanic. You know, I build and repair and maintain industrial machinery. I worked for Pratt & Whitney, Sikorsky, and many small factories. that create, engines and machinery for the military, as well as, other things for civilians. I've also worked as a music producer as well for some time, and I was doing that full time before I was incarcerated. I had a small studio where people would come and record as well.
Okay. And I heard you, in your opening remarks, you talked a little bit about the impact on victims and such. So have you had the opportunity to, in court, to apologize to the victims?
At my sentencing, I did have the moment to do that, and unfortunately, I didn't. During that, I wish I would have, but like I said, I know I'm sorry is not suffice, and I wouldn't be able to say anything else, but I'm sorry. Ultimately, yes, I didn't have anything to do personally with the shooting. I didn't know the victim at all, but in the whole aspect, I did have something to do with it. So I feel culpable as well. And to be honest, I don't know what I would be able to say to the victim other than I'm sorry. I didn't know them. It's very tragic what happened. Like I said, I can't fathom what they're feeling. I would never want to lose an individual of my family like that.
All right. The only other criminal, you don't even have other criminal history. You got 2 motor vehicle citations. And that's it when it comes to your criminal history.
Yes.
So, all right. So I'm going to see if other board members have questions this morning. Board member Turner, anything to follow up?
Sure. So, Mr. Marmel, you had a bunch of co-defendants, but none of them got the sentence that you got. Why do you think that was?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe it had to do with the way I answered the questions to the police. I wasn't there for their trials. I didn't really get to see the transcripts either, so I can't really say, what happened during the trials. But, I would hope that it was because they were innocent, not because I had something to do with it, or because of the reason why I'm here is the reason why they didn't get the sentence that they got.
Well, somebody had to be the shooter. There were 2 of them, and there were 11 bullets at the scene. Tell me about your relationship with Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Daniels, before this incarceration, I had only known him for maybe a year or 2. He would come to my studio as he's a music artist, he's a rapper, and that's the only relationship I really had with him, was musically.
Do you know what the issue he had with the victim was?
No.
You, in your statements to the police, you clearly misrepresented the relationship with the people you were with that night. And you do know that there was surveillance video at the lounge. So it just seems a little pointless to dispute, what is captured in photos and videos. Why did you take it to trial?
I took it to trial because I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I didn't know the victim. I didn't see the shooting. I had nothing to do with the shooting at all. And as I said, you know, when the police had came to interview me, the questions and the answers that I gave them, I didn't do it with malice. I didn't do it intentionally to, you know, throw off their investigation. You know, I answered the questions how they asked me them. You know, when they came to see me, they asked me a lot of questions about my car. At the time when they had came to interview me, I was fixing my trunk, and you know, they told me, you know, lower your trunk. You know, so I thought they were trying to say, like, you know, I stole my car or something, when in reality it was my father's car. He was letting me use it at the time. So, you know, a lot of their questioning was directed about my car, where was my car, who was in my car. So, which led to the reasoning and, you know, the way I answered those questions.
Do you remember reading the pre-sentence investigation?
Yes.
Okay, because that would have given you a good indication of the impact on the victims. The victim's mother and the victim's aunt both provided statements for the pre-sentence investigation. Do you remember any of what was said?
Yes.
What really stood out for me was the aunt, who served 15 years in Kuwait, said that an honorable discharge is not a bargaining chip, that you lost your honor when you exchanged being a soldier for a puppet. What was your reaction to that statement?
I was ashamed, because to some extent that is true. You know, I fought my country for my country as well. I went to Kandahar, Afghanistan in 2015, and I am ashamed, you know, as a veteran and as a past soldier, we are taught values, and I didn't stand by those values. And I'm ashamed of myself, and I should have done better. And like I said, you know, I should have made sure I answered those questions adequately, and I should have asked the questions to make sure that the information I gave to police was adequately, and, you know, I didn't give them room to think that I was being, you know,
Deceptive.
deceptive, yes.
So why in the employment section of the pre-sentence investigation didn't you share that you were deployed to Afghanistan?
I think I did.
No, you said you report you were in the military from 2015 to 2018, stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas, after basic training in South Carolina. That's all it says about your military service.
Well,
You do know, wait a minute, before you answer, you do know about stolen valor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you want to say?
I said that at sentencing, my lawyer did put an amendment, which I believe is like a correction to the PSI, where we did include that.
We don't have a sentencing transcript for your case. I think you really could benefit from programming there, Mr. Marmol. I know that you only were sentenced in March. But you know, we make this decision in light of the interests of public safety, and though you weren't a shooter, you were actively impeding the investigation into this crime. And I think that there's quite a bit of work that you could be doing on yourself to grow as a human being. And I hope you will look into that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Rodriguez.
I don't have any questions, only still to acknowledge what my colleague just said, that I do believe that Sheriff Marmol needs more programming. I don't have any questions.
So, Mr. Marmol, at this time, we're going to have the Office of Victim Services facilitate victim input in the case, okay? You're not allowed to speak during this period of the hearing, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jesus, could you help us, please?
Good morning, board members. Yes. The victim's mother is currently viewing via the public viewing and wishes for me to read her statement as it is too emotional for her. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'm writing to describe the profound impact of this crime and to voice my position regarding the inmate's parole. This has been an incredibly difficult process, both mentally and emotionally, for my children and for us as parents. This experience has disrupted our daily lives and left a lasting emotional toll on our entire family. My son, Jonathan Jr., was only 20 years old when the inmate took his life. This occurred while I was present and spending time with him. I frequently reflect on why the defendants did not simply depart after leaving the hookah lounge that night. It is clear the intent was to cause harm, as there was sufficient time to enter their vehicles and leave the scene, yet they chose to remain. It has now been 3 years, 1 month, and 3 days since that night. The inmate stands before my family, without showing compassion or understanding. While the inmate may claim innocence by not having pulled the trigger, the reality of his involvement remains clear. Gianni Antonio Marmol was 27 years old at the time my son, Jonathan William Samade Jr.'s murder. Again, let me remind you that my son was only 20 years old. On May 21st, 2023, Gianni decided to be a part of a crime that changed my life, my children's lives, and the lives of everyone who loved Jonathan forever. Regardless of how he lived his life before that date, he was part of a crime for which a jury of his peers found him guilty. I am asking you to please keep the sentence as is and not release him any sooner. Although time with loved ones can never be replaced, he will eventually have time to make new memories with his family. My family and I will never have that chance with Jonathan, also known as Lolo. That all ended May 21st, 2023. Jonathan Jr. was a beloved son, brother, uncle, cousin, nephew, grandson, and friend. He was a family-oriented young man who deeply loved his niece. It is painful to acknowledge that we will never know the man he would have become, the husband he could have been, or the father he would have been to his own children. Thank you for your time and consideration in considering the profound loss my family has endured. Sincerely, mother of the victim. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Ms. De Jesus, and certainly our thoughts and condolences go out to the family of the victim in this case. So we are going to talk about your case this time and give you a decision. So where we are is we're here for hindering prosecution second degree. The instruments that are applied to this for data and recidivism show across the board low ratings for recidivism. It's been evaluated and would be on minimum supervision in the community. His criminal history consists of 2 motor vehicle citations, one for an ignition device and one for failure to yield. He has he's solid when it comes to education in the community and the ability to be employed. He has a sponsor to go to. His only disciplinary report was almost 2 years ago for refusing housing. which was in a pre-sentence situation, nothing that is any kind of violence or anything like that. He was able to take the Tier 1 program in the correctional facility before going up to Cebulski. We've heard the victim in the case, and certainly we understand feelings there, and that nothing can ever bring back somebody who's been somebody whose life's been taken. When it comes to Mr. Marvel's offender accountability plan, there's a few things on here that I'm really not sure why they're here, but education is there, a job is there, and vocational training is there, all of which he has already. The one program that's there that would benefit Mr. Marmol is New Thoughts, which he has not been able to take yet. With all of that being said, for me, the only reason that we would keep Mr. Marmol is to take that New Thoughts program or any other positive programming. He has been appears to have been in for a period of time already. His parole eligibility date has passed. His end sentence is a couple of years from now. So it's my take on the case, and interested in what other board members have to say. Board Member Turner.
All of what you said is accurate. And yet, I think he could benefit from voices. He has a young son, so there's possible other programming. I just come back to the nature and circumstances and the inadequate evidence of offender change. You know, he has probation to follow. He has a sponsor, his job skills. So I do not have Mr. Marmol granted.
Okay, and Board Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am basically in the same place. I do not have him granted. I think there are some additional programs he could be taking that follow along the same as my colleague has shared, the apprenticeship program and some things that as he thought finishing the thoughts and voices, I think would be also very helpful for him. Question for me is consider since he doesn't EOS till 2028, giving him the opportunity to do some of this program back.
I mean, I would, in order to accomplish those programs, because I think it would be beneficial, I would do that. But, you know, with where everything is in terms of the statistical risk pieces on this, I would have him come back for an interview for release. Not sure where what you're thinking, or are you thinking?
I would support bringing it back from the hearing, giving him time to do.
Board Member Turner.
I wouldn't oppose a rehear, but I'd want to see it something like April of next year.
I want to see it. I want to see some time. April sounds fine, I think.
Well, it's generous
10
because
10 months,
it would
right?
give him 2 years of discretionary parole if he was granted next year.
It's 10 months.
Okay,
nature, injury and impact, and inadequate institutional program participation. Anything else?
I would go inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change.
Yep.
And leave it at that.
Oh, just those two?
Well, injury and impact, obviously, it's the families.
okay, so then. All right, so regarding Gianni Marmol, 445383, I move to deny parole today based upon injury and impact to the victim or victim's family, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we will rehear this case in April of 2027, which time we expect to not have any other disciplinary reports and complete any positive programming, which we've discussed already. Yeah. All right, Mr. Marmol.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
So we've denied you for today. We're going to see you again in April. And we want you to accomplish positive programming. We've talked about that during the hearing, new thoughts, other types of programs like that to help you further along in rehabilitation here. Okay?
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Gianni Marmol, May number 445383. You're all set, Mr. Marmol.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Sir, we'll be right with you.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Rakowski.
Good morning.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Morning, my name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning. If I state your names on the record, certified I have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Cole.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Adam Murkowski, 444438.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Adam Rakowski, inmate number 444438. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 30 months, followed by 3 years probation for illegal operation of motor vehicle under suspension of alcohol third, and illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 2nd, 2026, based on its mandatory minimum. There is no victim put in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. DUI track 3 and currently has the janitor job, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Rakowski, just so you're aware, what we want to hear this morning is why you believe that you are suitable for parole, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Dear Parole Board, change happens when we decide to focus on what is in front of us rather than stumble on what is behind us. Change begins today. This is an expert from the mission statement we say every morning at the change unit at Cebosky Correctional Institution. My name is Adam Murkowski.
I'm sorry, sir. Can I just interrupt you for a second? So
Yes, sir.
we have that letter that you're reading right now. We've all read it already.
Right, gotcha.
So can you just maybe sum up for us, anything additional to the letter that you might want us to know?
Yeah, did you get the one from DeJesus that read? Did you get the comments from DeJesus? Since entering the therapeutic community, this newly appointed peer mentor has demonstrated significant personal growth and development. When he first arrived in the dorm, he often presented with a strong attitude, and his use of sarcasm and facial expressions sometimes made it difficult for other residents to understand his intentions and connect with him positively. Over time, he showed a willingness to engage in self-reflection and attempt feedback from both staff and peers. He identified how his communication style and demeanor was affecting others and made a conscious effort to change these behaviors. As a result, he has become much more approachable, respectful, and effective in his intentions with the community. Today, he is respected by residents throughout the dorm. He consistently demonstrates a positive attitude and serves as a role model for others in the program. His leadership abilities are evident in his willingness and capability to facilitate groups. His progress reflects a genuine commitment to self-improvement
and the principles of the therapeutic community. I believe he is well prepared for reintegration. He has worked diligently on himself and has shown through both his actions and attitude that he is ready to take the next step in his recovery and personal development. And I have become a peer mentor in the J dorm.
That's great.
And I am also, I was janitor. I am now a rec cleaning official. I've been a peer mentor for over a month and an elder for about 4. And I'm definitely not the same person that I was when I entered this facility. I've gone through various meetings. I've facilitated many meetings, and I'm a totally different person. And I want to continue my sobriety when I get outside by attending meetings. And
All right. Sounds like you've made a lot of good progress.
Yes, sir. I've done the best I can, and I a lot more to go, but I'm willing to do it.
All right. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been inside. We've read your letter and such. And what we're going to do is ask some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision. Okay.
Okay.
And we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Turner.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So I want to recognize that you haven't had any behavioral issues during this incarceration, that you've held a job in the facility, you're part of the change unit as you described, and you've taken a few programs. So
Yes, ma'am.
those are all really positive, and you did a good job with your opening statement. What we do here is when people have sentences greater than 2 years, we look at their suitability to finish the sentence for you at the 50% point plus the mandatory minimum, out in the community on discretionary parole, and you have probation to follow your sentence. But we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's our primary responsibility.
Well, with
So-
the interest of public safety, I mean, I do not have a driver's license and I will not have one for a while. So I won't drive, and with public safety, I'm going to continue my sobriety. So even if I make the, I guess, stupid decision to drive again, it will not be under the influence. It really won't even
Okay.
happen. I mean, I'm not.
Let's deal with the here and now and not
Okay.
make any promises.
Okay.
So in this situation, last September 2024, you had lost your phone at the beach? Is
Yes.
that okay? So when you realized that, you went back to the beach to look for it?
Yes.
Okay. How far away do you live from the beach?
About an hour and a half.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the documents that were available to us, you were on DUI home confinement at the
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't have a license then?
Correct.
Okay. And you had been drinking?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. So,
I did relapse, yes.
okay. And obviously you have a long-standing problem with alcohol because you have, by my count, 6 DUIs in your criminal history. And that's not what I take issue with. What I take issue with is your blatant disregard for the rules of our society and your willingness to operate a motor vehicle when you're under the influence, both things.
Right.
So you can sit here and tell us you don't have a license and you won't drive, but you didn't have a license and you were driving impaired. And you also have 2 convictions for failing to have the interlock device in your vehicle. So it's you know, I'm going to be suspicious. I'm going to be I'm going to feel it's suspect that that you've learned your lesson, because your first DUI was, well, the first one that counts on your record was 1997. So talk to me about why you make this choice.
Well, the choice about this time, when I lost, what I think was, the phone was stolen from me. It's a company phone, and my whole life pretty much revolves around my business. And if I didn't have that phone, I wouldn't have said business. And I guess in my being impaired, I made the stupidest decision that to go back to look for that phone. And because when I got back home, I had another iPhone that I could track the iPad. I had an iPad that I could track the iPhone through the Find My Phone app. So that's what I did. And it said it was back at the beach. So I stupidly went to go look for it. And then by the time I got back to the beach, then it was in Wilkett. So
Okay, well, that's irrelevant.
I understand.
The crime. So,
Right.
your decision-making is obviously impaired when you're intoxicated, because a more appropriate decision would have been to call an Uber to go back to the beach, or to call a friend to take you, or someone else to go look for your phone. But I'm talking about all the other times. Why do you repeatedly make the choice to get behind the wheel after you've been drinking?
I guess just plain silly loss of thoughtfulness, I guess. I just not thinking. I mean, that's where the sobriety comes in hand. I mean, at this point, I just have to stay sober. And
yes, but I'm going to keep us on the question at hand. I'm not thinking. I think it's your behavior is in part driven by selfishness, right? A lack of regard for anybody else out in the world. You wanted to do what you wanted to do, even though our laws say you can't. And I'm just trying to appreciate why you have such a long track record of doing the same thing over and over again. You know, I'm concerned for you that you're abusing alcohol, because that's going to take a toll on your body and your health. Can I finish?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I understand that it's taking a toll on your body and your health as you age. It can't not. So I'm concerned for you in that respect. But bigger picture is that, you're going to kill somebody at some point, repeating this choice to get behind the wheel impaired. And I assume you've done treatment and had periods of sobriety in the past. What contributes to your relapsing?
Well, ma'am, I understand all that. That's definitely the person I definitely used to be, and I don't want to be that person anymore. I take full accountability for my actions, and I'm really sorry. I'm really 100% glad that I've never hurt nobody. That is also a fact, and part of recovery is relapse, and unfortunately, it does happen. I'm sorry that it did, but I do have a long period of sobriety.
Mr. Rutkowski, is what causes you to relapse? Can you focus on that?
Well, it was the situation with the phone. I guess I just panicked.
Okay, that was this time. What about all the other times that I'm sure you had some periods of sobriety and then chose to drink and drive? Why?
I'm sure there was something in my life that happened. I'm not sure specifically.
Well,
Yeah, there is
You had
trauma, there is
you-
trauma
this-
in people's lives.
right. So are you drinking to cover over the feelings of,
Of course, I'm
Trauma?
drinking, of course, yeah. I mean,
okay, so when are you
if you've read my
gonna
letter, you
address?
know, I
when
do
you-
have childhood abuse and a lot of trauma in my life. And
Okay, when are
Like
you
I said,
going to look
I-
at those issues and deal with them as opposed to self-medicating with alcohol?
well, I'm going to seek therapy, that's for sure. I mean, that is part of treatment.
Have you ever done therapy before?
I'm going to, I have not physically sat down, no. But that is something that I realized in here that I definitely need.
Good. Okay, well, that's important insight to have.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your participation in AA. You said you facilitate meetings there. We saw the list of all the meetings that you've been attending. Have you ever worked with a sponsor?
Have I now? I've never worked in a sponsor personally, but once again, I have coming here with these meetings are so helpful.
That's great.
It's
Okay.
just, this whole, I guess incarceration for me is a new life. It's a new way of recovery. I really on the outside didn't do a lot of meetings, and I think that's my problem. Is that I didn't take that step to go to meetings. And I found that, I mean, I go to a meeting here every
Mr.
day.
Rutkowski, do you
Yes.
believe you're an alcoholic?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a good admission, good to know about
Yes.
yourself.
And
Have you
that-
ever worked the 12 steps?
No. Like I
Okay,
said,
so
I prior to
there's-
this incarceration, I just thought drinking for me was something I did. It was a way of life. It was I liked to drink, and I honestly, I don't. I mean, I don't like to be hungover. I don't like the effects of alcohol that it's doing to my body. So for me to say that I enjoy it, I don't. And I do realize that now. So I do, like I said, I do need more work.
yes.
I do
Are
realize.
has anybody spoken to you about a tier 2 or a tier 4 program?
No,
Has anybody spoken to you about CCAR?
yes, there's a P-car gentleman that comes. I mean, I'm aware of it.
Is that something you're going to pursue to help you maintain your recovery?
There's a facility called MCCA, or, yeah, that's
MCCA.
near MCCA. That's near my home that I'm gonna look into. That's another, like, Wheeler Clinic type place.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
that's close to
CCAR
mine.
is separate from that and another
Yes,
potential
CCAR is more-
resource for you. So I'm going to
Okay.
tell you, Mr. Rutkowski, because of the mandatory minimum with your DUI, you were not eligible for release until October 2nd. And then your end of sentence is the middle of January. So, keep in mind that we're talking about a 4-month difference in your release date. And you do have 3 years of probation. I know you haven't been successful on supervision in the community in the past, but I hope you'll consider your probation officer a support and someone that can help you as you look to live a life clean and sober. I hope you can make that commitment to yourself, but understand, Mr. Rutkowski, you have to make that commitment every day, sometimes every hour of every day, to live clean and sober. And it
Yes.
really is to your advantage to unpack the underlying childhood experiences and traumas that have fueled decades of alcohol abuse. And
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wish you much success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Wachowski, you got a lot of good information from my colleague. I only have one question for you. I just want to understand, when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you said you felt your sentence was unfair. Why do you believe that?
Honestly, that was, a mistake on my part. I didn't understand the question. Initially, I just thought it wasn't unfair to be sentenced 3 years for it, but I retract that statement totally.
And why are you retracting it?
I'm seeing clearly. I honestly believe that I can get more help on the outside than I can. Being incarcerated, you only get so much help. I feel if I got treatment, actual treatment for my illness, I think I'll be better off.
Yeah, Mr. Rakowski, you had a history of this. I mean, this is not your first go around, right?
I understand it's not.
Yeah, so it's,
I totally agree with you. And once again, I did not see it as an issue before. And I'm really, really glad that I have not harmed anyone in the process, but
I'm glad you haven't either. I'm glad you haven't either.
I'm really sorry for all of you.
Thank you for your response. Appreciate it. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Rakowski, just two things. One is that you have had treatment. You're in it right now. So there in DOC, there's a few really good programs. And one of them is happening in J Dorm where you reside. And it's teaching you how to take responsibility for your own recovery. It's teaching you how to connect with other people who are trying to do the same thing that you're trying to do. It's connecting you with a recovery coach from CCAR, which is something that you've never had before, and developing a relationship there, right? It's taking those things, right, that isn't in a 28-day program or whatever, and it's showing you how you can do this on the outside.
Right.
Okay, so that's about one of the most valuable experiences that you can have.
Yes, sir. I was talking about one-on-one treatment.
Yep, but that's a big thing.
Yes, sir.
You know, and the other thing is that relapse isn't part of everyone's recovery. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it no longer has to be a part of your recovery.
I'm gonna do my best to make it not.
And I believe you when you say that right here, but it's when you get outside that everybody is concerned about. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I want to encourage you, you're going to Torrington. Torrington has got a lot of really good recovery meetings and things like that. And I encourage you to engage and build relationships in recovery. Because, you know, I don't know what I'm more afraid of. And I just, in terms of offenses, when we're looking at them, somebody who has a gun or somebody who's drunk behind the wheel. And they're both weapons. At the point that you get intoxicated and get behind the wheel, it's a weapon. And, you know, you just need to think about that, right? Not that somebody's going to intentionally try to do something, but when you're intoxicated and you're behind the wheel, you have little control over what happens next.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, I applaud you for what you've done in there so far. And I hope that you continue to do those same things.
Yes, sir. My main focus, honestly, to be truthful, is I have a 4-year-old son. And I just want to be a better father than my father was. That's really why I want to focus so much on my sobriety now more than ever. And
that's the correct attitude. Focusing on your sobriety to be a better father. That's exactly what you should be focusing on. We're all set. We're going to talk about your case here, and we're going to give you a decision in an orderly return.
Okay.
So Mr. Rutkowski's situation is very concerning. a longstanding history of repeating the same high-risk behavior. And I think one of the elements that I didn't touch on in interviewing him, but really stands out for me, is that his offenses, driving under the influence, are becoming more frequent, not less frequent. And, you know, he had a December 2022 followed by a June 2023. And then he was on probation and home confinement, and he got another one in September of 2024. So I applaud that he has new insights that I hope he will, I think with the time remaining there in the facility on this sentence, he could continue that work and prepare himself for release. He does have a sponsor. He was a business owner, and he has probation to follow. So my vote today is a denial.
Board Member Rodriguez.
I'm in the same place. Chair,
Okay.
also denial.
And with recognizing, as they just did, the efforts of Mr. Rakowski.
Absolutely.
In terms of public safety, it's important that Mr. Rakowski finishes that. So nature and circumstances and criminal history.
And the offense on probation.
I never made an offense on probation.
He got 3 years of probation in 2023 for a DUI.
That's occurred.
That was on
In
parole.
September of 2024, when he was on home confinement, he was returned off of home confinement with these new charges.
That was not on probation, that was on parole. I don't know if
I
I'm
think
supposed
we
to
can-
listen.
Yeah, you're supposed to be listening, but I appreciate the input, and I'll change it in the release.
Sure.
Yeah,
So regarding Adam Rakowski, 444438, move to deny parole based upon the nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, and the current offense being committed while permitted release. Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rakowski, please continue to do what you're doing. Take that out.
I really think you're misinformed in your information there.
That's, you're fine. We've made the correct decision. We decided that in public safety, and anybody with 6 DUIs that shows up here with two more operating when you're not supposed to be, we need to protect the public interest. So what I encourage you to do is continue to do the recovery-based things that you're doing in J-Dorm and with the CCAR recovery coach. And this hearing is over. So thank you.
Thank you.
Needs the hearing for Adam Rakowski, inmate number 444438.
All set?
All set. Sir, what's your last name?
Llewellyn?
Well,
Good to go, Mr. Wynn?
I'll give you a second.
6.
Absolutely. Run.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
All right, thank you.
Morning, my name is Carl Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. All board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for an information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Holt.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and main number for the record.
Kevin Llewellyn, 391191.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Llewellyn, inmate number 391191. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts criminal possession of a pistol revolver and illegal possession of a large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 27, 2006. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. He currently has a dorm laundry job, utilizes the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you. I have something I'd like to read, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dear honorable members of the board, I would like to thank the board again for allowing me the opportunity and considering me for parole. I understand that parole is a privilege and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be considered. Although my crime was not committed against anyone, I am aware that my crime is not victimless. My family, friends, stepchildren, and my community are all victims of my unwise decision to possess illegal firearms. And to them, I want to say I am truly apologetic and remorseful. There are no excuses for my decision to break the law and endanger the people around me, and I will not attempt to make any. My decisions were unwise, reckless, and unwarranted, and I take total accountability for those actions. Since my incarceration, I have made a conscious effort to change my ways of thinking and my habits to ensure that I do not continue to make unwise decisions, commit crime, or return to prison. Since I made the decision to join the Enough Second Chance program, I have participated in and completed numerous programs that have helped me change my mindset and have helped me gain some of the skills needed to be a productive member of society. I joined the Second Chance program because I wanted better for myself and wanted help. I don't want to continue to come to prison and waste my life, and I figured that if the Second Chance program could help me take the first steps to changing my life, then I wanted to participate. This program offers multiple programs and opportunities that are beneficial to someone willing to make the necessary steps to change their life and circumstances. Programs like emotional intelligence and RAGE have helped me identify, understand, and deal with my emotions as well as other people's emotions in a healthy manner. These programs have helped me identify traumatic events that took place in my life and understand how they have shaped my way of thinking and actions, as well as helping me change how I deal with people and situations. These programs have given me the strength to talk about my feelings without shame and have shown me how good it feels to talk about what I've been through in my life and how I feel, rather than holding things in and expressing my feelings in a negative manner. Programs like UOU and From Pawns to Kings have helped me realize that I owe it to my family and myself to stay out of prison and live the best life that I can live. They have given me a safe space for me to discuss what needs to be done in order for me to elevate from a pawn to a king, from a boy to a man. While participating in these programs, I have realized that age does not make you a man, nor does selling drugs, going to prison, or any other negative actions. Making the right decisions, taking care of your family, being a positive role model for your kids and other people around you, and being a productive member of society are things that make you a man. Daily Dads and Click programs that have helped me understand the best ways to communicate with my stepkids and future children, how to be a positive role model to them, how to understand how children develop and what my role is in the developmental process, as well as the importance of me being present in their lives rather than being in prison. On top of providing programs that have helped me change my way of thinking, this program has given me the opportunity to facilitate some of the programs that have helped me the most while still being able to participate in them after completion. Co-facilitating programs has shown me how good it feels to be able to help other people the same way these programs have helped me. I am able to share my experiences, fears, feelings, goals, and progress with other men who are striving to better themselves the same way I am. It showed me that it feels so much better to pour positivity into my environment and the people around me rather than engaging in negativity. I have changed as a person since coming to the Second Chance program, and I will continue to take the necessary steps, not only to be positive and productive, but to be successful and to help others around me do the same. Upon my release, I will continue to seek out and participate in therapy, fatherhood programs, and other programs like CT Works that will help me continue to better myself, evolve into a better man, and provide me with resources that will help me be successful and productive. I would like to thank you again for your time and consideration regarding this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. It's a great statement. So what we're going to do here is we have taken a look at your history, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, all the related documents to the case. Based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay? How are things in E-Dorm? How long you been there?
I've been there since, I believe, March. And it's really good. Like, I like E-Dorm a lot. The programs are very helpful and therapeutic, and they help me learn a lot about myself and how I feel and what I've been through and, you know, how to be better, you know?
That's great. That second chance dorm is a really good thing, you know?
It's amazing.
So we're going to start questions, and we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Rodriguez, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you pronounce your last name for me again?
Llewellyn.
Llewellyn?
Yes.
Llewellyn. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't want to get it wrong or butcher it or anything.
Thank you.
I also think it's a great that you're in the Second Chance program. It's really a good program
Yes.
to be in, and it's hopefully you'll utilize everything that you learn
Yes.
while you're there. But the charges that you have are really very serious,
Yes, sir.
and the challenge for me is that there's a history of this kind of behavior.
Yes, sir.
The other thing that I found interesting is that as I read the documents, they found heroin in your right pocket.
Yes, sir.
Are you a user of heroin?
No, sir.
Because you rate low, and so why did you have the heroin?
Because I was selling drugs at the time, sir.
So I'm going to assume that that's your answer for why you have the guns.
No, sir.
So why did you have two guns?
The reason why I had the guns was because prior to being arrested, I moved back to Connecticut. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and I moved back to my old neighborhood. And there were like a lot of like shootings and stuff happening in my neighborhood. And, you know, I made the unwise decision to carry the guns because I felt like I needed to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to.
What are you protecting yourself from? If you weren't selling, because you were selling drugs, or
No,
what were you
because
protecting yourself?
there's a lot of like shootings happening all over the neighborhood and stuff, and like I was scared to be a victim of being shot or killed.
Did you apply for a license for a gun?
No, sir.
Did you take any training to shoot a gun?
No, sir.
So you're running around without a license, not having any training, with two weapons. I think they were both 9mm weapons, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, one was a Glock 19, with a lot of bullets, large capacity magazines as well, and no training.
Yes.
And somehow you thought that was like a wise thing to do.
It was foolish. I didn't make a wise decision. Yeah.
And would you say that everybody in your neighborhood carried a weapon?
No, I can't really assume that. No,
Probably not.
Yeah, no.
And looking at the community today, what's going on in the community, would you agree that there's a lot of unnecessary gun violence?
Definitely. Definitely.
Because if something happens, people resort to taking out their weapon.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So this case, I mean, these kind of cases I take very seriously because I'm always very concerned about community issues and community safety
Yes, sir.
around this. Tell me a little bit about a little bit more information about the program. You did well in your opening statement, and you did share a lot of stuff in your opening statement about your program. I want to hear a little bit more about your direct changes, how you have changed.
Okay, so I've taken a bunch of different programs like UOU, From Pawns to Kings, Emotional Intelligence, and a lot of these programs are very therapeutic, right? Before coming to Second Chance Dorm, I wasn't really a type of person to speak about how I feel or ask for help or express certain emotions in a positive manner, right? And these programs have shown me that, like, speaking about how I feel or asking for help or resolving issues in a positive manner feel good. They're okay. They don't make you less of a man, right? And most of these programs are based on changing your thought process, right? I read a book called As a Man Thinketh by James Allen, right? And the whole premise of the book is that your thoughts dictate your actions, which dictate your circumstances, right? And the whole book is based on changing your thought process so that you can change where you are in your life. And these programs help us change the way we're thinking to end up here, you know? And they help us with tools on communication, positive conflict resolution, being willing to express ourselves through therapy or through other positive manners. They have like programs like art therapy, or I did a program for like learning how to start a trucking business. So these programs give us different opportunities to not only change our mindsets, but to change our circumstances based on learning new trades,
Okay.
learning new things, you know?
Thanks for sharing that. Let me move to a different area. You've got some college, which is positive.
Yes.
What's your thinking around education?
So my thoughts around education is, to be honest, I plan on going to culinary school when I go home. I cook for a living, right? And I want to perfect my craft and actually be certified as a chef. I want to open up a food truck, right? So I definitely plan on going to culinary school. But
Okay.
when it comes to education as a whole, I love to learn. So I
That's
did
big
college.
today. Food trucks are big today, and there's a lot of them.
Yes.
Hopefully, it's very specialized food. People,
Yes.
it's a pretty tough business. You had new thoughts on your OAP.
Yes.
You had not had a chance to take it.
No, I've not had a chance to take it because there's a lot of people in line for it. I actually have a request right here that I wrote to Ms. Collins multiple times to get into the program, but her response, if you don't mind me reading her response.
Well,
Her response,
as long as not very long.
no, it's not long. Her response is, it said everything on your OAP is a recommendation at this time. If the program is on your OAP, you are already on the waiting list. Writing will not get you in faster.
Okay.
As
I
this is
think we know all that.
all right.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Tell me a little bit about your release. What's your release would look like if you were to be released today?
I didn't hear what you said, sir. Sorry.
What does your release plan look like in terms of your release today? If you were
Okay.
released today.
I have a reentry plan right here that I created. This is a,
Yeah, you sent us a reentry plan. You sent us a reentry plan.
yes,
I want to hear from you.
okay,
You don't have to read it.
all right. Well, as far as my plan, I plan to continue to build my credit, prepare and build my credit. I want to go to culinary art school. I have a career in culinary arts. I've been cooking my whole life, so I plan on getting a job when released, you know. I want to continue doing like therapy and different programs, especially fatherhood programs. I have stepchildren, and I want to be the best role model possible to them, you know what I'm saying? So I want to do fatherhood programs and different things like that, you know. I also want to participate in like programs like Connecticut Works and things of that nature, because I want to utilize the help and the resources that they have, because I want to be successful. I don't want to come back to jail or, you know, so.
What's your third time, right?
Yes,
Hopefully you decided to kind of move in a direction that will keep you out.
definitely.
And just tell me a little bit about your support system on the outside.
Okay, so my girlfriend is very supportive. I have sisters and brothers that are supportive also, as well as friends that are here for me, that will support me, that have always supported me. You know, I still have my mother and father and my aunt that raised me. They support me as
You want to
well.
go to the halfway house, all right?
Yes, I want to go to a halfway house. I have an address also. My aunt in Hartford is willing to sponsor me as well. But I definitely do want to go to a halfway house to utilize the resources and be better and have them help me with programming and things of that nature.
There's a lot of additional, support you can get.
Yes, yes.
Parole. That would be very
Yes.
helpful. Okay, so, Mr. Llewellyn, thank you so much for answering my question. And I wish you the best of luck, sir. My colleagues are going to ask some questions to you now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I want to go back to your release plan because I'm looking at a letter from Ms. Clarence, who seems to be offering you a home.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you want to go to your aunt's.
Yes,
Where
ma'am.
does Miss Clarence live?
In Waterbury, Connecticut.
Okay. In your halfway house approved already. So
Yes, ma'am.
what's the plan here?
So the plan is if I am released on parole, to either go to my aunt's or to a halfway house, whichever one. I would like to go to a halfway house to utilize the resources. And then once I get out, get established, and get a job and things of that nature. Ms. Clarence is my girlfriend, by the way, so she wants me to live with her and start building our
But
relationship.
you see that as happening a little further down the road when you get stable on your own 2 feet.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
do all the adult things that
Yes,
life
ma'am.
requires. Okay, that's good. Good to hear. You said to Officer Shamroy when you were interviewed that you attribute committing the offense to not having a job and being forced to go back to your old neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
So when I moved back to my old neighborhood, I didn't really have a job. And, as I told your colleague, I was selling drugs at the time. But me not having a job and putting me back into my old neighborhood, I was around the area.
Okay, I'm paying attention to your statement of being forced to go back to your old neighborhood. You were 30 years old. Who was forcing you?
I didn't necessarily mean anyone was forcing me. I just mean that I didn't have any other options but to move back to my old neighborhood at the time because I did not have a job and I couldn't stay where I was staying previously.
So you were living with your cousin in Stamford where you were
Yes.
selling heroin and not working. You said that you had been working 19 to 20 months of the last 2 years as a cook. Why weren't you still working as a cook?
because I was laid off, the business wasn't doing so well, and I lost my job, unfortunately.
Okay. And with the skills that you have, you didn't pursue another job?
Yes, I was filling out job applications on Indeed, multiple different places and stuff. I made a stupid decision because I didn't have any money, and rather than being patient and making the right decision, I let my uncomfortability or maybe my pride get in the way and start making the wrong decisions rather than doing what I was supposed to do.
So you end up with a sentence like this, in part because of the guns,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
you were also, selling heroin while the country was experiencing an opioid epidemic of, people overdosing on heroin and fentanyl and dying at rates we'd never seen before. And it's always disturbing to me to read about people such as yourself who are skilled, able-bodied, educated, and you take the shortcut of peddling poison to your community so you can line your pockets while exploiting the people around you suffering with an addiction. Any thoughts on that?
Nothing you said was wrong. I mean, my decision was dumb, and it was selfish. And
Well, it was criminal.
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
add selfish. You described it as unwise and reckless,
Yes, ma'am.
but it really was selfish because
Yes,
you had
ma'am.
other means by which to support yourself. You just grew impatient.
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
you were willing to exploit other people who were struggling. And I hope at some point when you're stable, Mr. Llewellyn, in the community, that you'll look to give back because you have a lot of amends to make for
Yes,
the harm
ma'am.
that you were contributing to out in the community. Do you know who told the police that you had the guns?
No, ma'am.
I'm glad that someone stepped up and did the right thing in the interest of public safety and brought you to the attention of law enforcement to get those guns off the street. Why 2 guns?
To be honest, because right before this incident happened, my cousin was walking down the street and he got caught in the middle of these guys having a shootout. And there was like 30, 45 shots that were fired in the midst of this situation, right? And in my mind, I'm like, all right, well, like, I can't, like, nowadays guys are walking around with guns with a whole bunch of shots in them. And I'm like, man, I just felt scared. I felt that I needed to protect myself as much as possible. So, I mean, that's the best answer that I can give it.
Okay, but you had 1 gun and you had a large magazine, but then you had a second gun. So that's what I'm just trying to figure out, whether, have you given thought to the idea that you were willing in the midst of, a violent situation to contribute to that violence by pulling out a gun and starting to shoot? You don't even know what might be going down, but you're willing to fire at other people as opposed to retreating and getting the hell out of there and, taking cover. You wanted to actually get in the action with a loaded handgun.
So ma'am, I didn't really have the thought of like getting into the action per se, right?
That, Mr. Llewellyn, is irrelevant because that's what you were willing to do. By carrying loaded firearms with extra ammo, that your intention to protect yourself
Yes.
was to use those weapons, not to retreat, not to seek cover, not to call 911, but to get any action yourself. And
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
concerning decision-making for somebody in their 30s. Like,
Yes,
that's crap we, deal with, 19 and 20-year-olds.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the deadly weapon offender registry ahead of you. The 2015, when you got carrying a dangerous weapon, was that also a handgun?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I had a pocket knife.
Okay, I have no more questions for Mr. Llewellyn.
All right, we are all set with questions. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Rodriguez.
Well, it has, I would say it's very serious charges. Very, very concerned about weapons charges. Just so much going on in the community. And as my colleague brought out, 2 weapons, not just one, but 2 weapons on. And I would agree, if you carry them, then on some level, there is some consideration of being engaged in using them, if you absolutely have to. So if you feel you have to, or it could be over anything. However, having said that, he's accepted responsibility today, shared accepted responsibility. He's apologized. Taken, so he's in a second chance program, which we know is a very good program. He's taken a variety of programs under that. He has all of his certificates. He has a support system on the outside. His family received several support letters from his sisters and his girlfriend. He's had a positive evaluation, work evaluation that was sent along with it. And again, he's taking programming. I want to hear from my colleagues at this point. I'm really leaning towards making a discretion for today so he can get the supervision between now and his, I believe his EOS date is what, May of 27th. That's what I have.
All right, Board Member Turner.
So Mr. Llewellyn has done well in this period of incarceration without any disciplinary issues that have enabled him to participate in some positive programs. He has a year left on this sentence, and my feeling is that it would best be served under the higher level of supervision of parole to make his transition successful. To his credit, he wants a halfway house placement where he can begin adulting. I appreciate what you said about it, accepting responsibility, but the police stopped him and he had the guns on a fanny pack on him. So it's not that he had much room.
Not to accept.
But I think,
That's true.
I think what we hear from him today is an appreciation for how ludicrous his choices were. And I'm not entirely sure it wasn't in part to protect his drugs
Trade.
and his money and the enterprise that he, stooped so low as to engage in.
So do we have anything besides halfway house?
All I have.
Yep. Okay.
So regarding Kevin Llewellyn, 391-191, I move to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026, with halfway house placement if necessary, in addition to standard parole conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Llewellyn, you've been with parole. Please continue to do positive things out there.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so
Try to do
much.
some giving back. Try to do some giving back to the community.
100% I will.
This concludes the hearing for Kevin Llewellyn, debate number 391. You're all set, Mr. Llewellyn.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a good day.
How you doing, Mr. Wood?
I'm good, and you?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay,
Good morning. My name is Officer Shamley. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Paul.
Good morning, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner,
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Matthew Wood,
Inmate number, please.
451560.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Matthew Wood, inmate number 451560. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 30 months, followed by 10 years probation for possession of child sexual abuse material. Second, as of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date, February 28, 2006. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Voices, the short track sex offender program, currently has a unit clerk job. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So, Mr. Wood, is that the letter that you sent us that you have in front of you?
That's my own letter, yeah.
Okay, so that's, we have that, and we've had the opportunity to read it. If you'd like to say anything in addition to that letter, give you the opportunity to do that, but you don't need to read it because we already have it.
Okay, no, then I'm good if you've already read it.
Okay, and where we are is we've taken a look at your background, what you've done since you've been incarcerated, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. And then we're going to talk about your case, and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Okay, sure.
All right, and just going into this, you have one offense that you're incarcerated for right now. You have no other criminal history. And certainly, it's very troublesome what the offense was.
Yes.
And you took the short track program in the institution. Can you tell me something that you learned in there that you can take out with you?
I learned the things that they're, no matter what, even no contact, they're still victims of, especially with my crime. I learned that some of what brought me to the bad choices I made, and how to avoid them in the future.
Okay, and can you just give me how you would avoid them in the future?
Definitely continuing to work with my CATSO therapist to understand some of the traumas that brought me here, and how to the things that I need to do to make sure that I don't go down that road again, and making sure I work with them if I have any issues, if I have any things, any concerns, that I call them immediately. And that's why keeping up with my therapist seems to be my strongest things, and as well as better hobbies, better things that will keep me out of any danger areas.
Okay. That if you go out on parole, you're going to have to engage in treatment for problem sexual behavior in the community.
Correct.
You're going to have to not be around minors unless it's okayed by your parole officer, right?
Yep.
And that pornography and is going to be off limits, and your devices, whatever you use that accesses the internet is going to be something that'll be monitored, right?
Correct, yes.
And there's no issues with that, right?
None whatsoever.
You have a sponsor to go out to, yourself, you have a home,
Yes,
and you can connect with your previous employment,
correct.
right? And so is there anything that you might need from us for you to be successful in the community?
Not really. No, I just want to continue with my therapy, continue doing the things I was doing beforehand, while I was pre-trial and all of that. I found
And you engaged in that while you were out waiting, right?
Correct.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
Not that I can think of. No, I'm sorry. No.
Okay. I'm going to see if other board members have any questions. Board Member Turner?
Mr. Wood, what is your internet safety plan?
My internet safety plan is to use it as small as possible, keep it monitored, and only do things like online banking and news searches and the like, staying off the dark web. That was my trouble area. So I'm going to transition out of my role in my work, let someone else handle that, so I don't have to go into any of the danger areas that led
Tell me
me
what
to where it was.
keep it monitored means.
That any device I touch is monitored by my PO and the like.
The thing that stood out for me and concerned me in your case, in the police report, as responsibility was closing in on you, as they were looking at your devices, you attempted to shift blame to your teenage son.
I didn't understand.
Why did you do that? I mean, that's just.
I didn't
really
understand.
hard.
I didn't understand what was going on at the time.
But you were willing to throw him under the bus when the police came to your door.
No, I was not. I'm very protective of my children.
Okay, you were asked about your downloading of BitTorrent software, and you said you thought your 13-year-old son may have been the one who did it.
My children are on the internet, so I don't know.
But you knew at that time that you were the one who was viewing this inappropriate material.
Yes, definitely. It was all of me.
Yeah.
I take responsibility.
Yeah, that was hard to read, that you would make that choice.
Yes, I
To
understand.
avoid responsibility. I'm glad that you're working on your issues that are underlying your choice to seek some sort of escape in this inappropriate, very harmful material. And, you need to remain hypervigilant.
Absolutely.
It's not up to other people to monitor you. You need to be doing that yourself.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Board Member Reddy?
I have no questions.
Right. So Mr. Wood has done the Voices program and short-term program. He's maintained the job while he's been in. He rates out low on for all of the ratings on recidivism. He has no other criminal record, and he has stated a place to go and a job to go to. I would support his role with all four of the offense-related stipulations. Board Member?
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. Regarding Matthew Wood, 451-0, I move to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and enhanced internet and device monitoring. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Wood, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to release. Get out there and do the right thing.
Yes, thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Matthew Wood, inmate number 451560. You all set, Mr. Wood?
Okay, thank you very much.
You want,
Good one.
Is it Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Are you good to go with Mr. Wynn?
sure.
All right, Mr. Wynn, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparing for this hearing.
Morning, Mike Paul.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
Thomas Wynn, 446201.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Thomas Wynn, inmate number 446201. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 20 years probation for illegal possession of child pornography first degree. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 13, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: short track sex offender program, and currently has a gender job. Utilized in a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation. Some of the offenders overall scoring the SRT fall within the full range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should grant a parole. You may begin.
Why do you believe that you should be granted parole today?
I do not expect anything comes out of this. I expect that you guys express your judgment. But I spent a good amount of time in the year reflecting on what I've done, how to better myself and to not hurt others like I've done before.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background. We've read about what you've done since you've been in your interview with a parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions to ask you to
Sure.
arrive at your suitability for parole. Okay. When we get done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay.
Okay.
And the questions will start this morning with Board Member Turner.
Morning, Mr. Wynn.
Good morning.
So you've done well this period of incarceration. We often see people serving sentences for crimes that of the nature you've committed who get refusing housing tickets. And that is the one ticket that you have. You have no prior criminal history. I'm glad to see you were able to take the short track program. You, in the program, created an internet safety plan. Can you tell me what that is for you?
So, the one from the third track class?
Yes.
Okay. So I had signed an agreement that would not view or possess pornography of any kind, would not donate to any of the children-based charities, that I would have a healthy relationship with others as far as that goes. it was a big list of checklists, but that's specifically to internet safety. I know that I'm not allowed to possess anything that can on any device that can access the internet outside. Otherwise, finding healthier relationship as far as if I were to with the internet and not requiring for pornography or any other legal reasons.
I'm not sure I understood your answer. So your internet safety plan is to not use the internet or
So
not
I
use it
was
for
told-
pornography?
Essentially, yes, more healthier reasons.
Okay,
If I was allowed to, but at the moment, I believe my stipulations, I'm not allowed to have anything that can access the internet.
okay. So your risk factor in the evaluation that was done of your participation in the program indicated that this conviction that you're serving for was fueled by an addiction to pornography. Do I understand that correctly?
That was one of the factors. I did admit that I had used adult pornography more than a healthy amount on the outside.
Okay.
And that's something that I reflected on here.
And why do you believe you were willing to do that?
As far as the adult or the child part.
We'll start with the adult.
I had numbness from depression and such that just pornography gave like a easy release to that. Try to be less depressed, less numb.
But you claim you don't have a sexual reaction to the viewing of the pornography. Is that your position?
The child one now. That was more of to trigger a forward response. To feel something that wasn't just numbness.
I have to assume you're, a educated person, a pharmacy tech. You had to know that viewing those images, searching for them was illegal, did you not?
I did. I hated myself for it, but I just kept going back to because I wasn't taking care of myself. I was looking for something to feel. It could either be gratification from adult porn or from looking at child porn.
And it's interesting to me because I read about your, this state of numbness and your depression. You were a pharmacy tech. Obviously, you know that there are healthy pharmaceuticals that people turn to cope with those kind of mental health conditions, but you chose the internet?
I worked a lot of crazy hours, so it was easier to look for easy gratification than to set aside time for see a doctor to get prescriptions, stuff like that. I didn't really put myself first when it came to my personal health. It was easier just to work as many hours as I can and then try to deal with things that I thought was the easiest way.
And oftentimes people, will escape by, working long hours, long days, but you still, chose to cope with your mental health with criminal activity. And that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
You
To
had
me, that
time
was
to be
easier.
on the internet. You didn't have time to go to the doctor.
It was
choose
easier
the
when I
healthy.
didn't have. I also didn't sleep that much. That was a big issue too. One thing I realized when I have sleep apnea. I found out I was in here, so I didn't have a lot of time to sleep. So it's easier to be led and look. I use the internet then try to schedule time or request time off. We were very low staffed, so it was very difficult to say no when they asked me to do more hours too.
Yeah. I mean, you know what this sounds like, don't you?
Sounds like excuses.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bingo. Okay. So you haven't taken the Voices program, and that is on your OAP.
I'm in it now.
You're in it now? Great.
Yep.
Are you also in New Thoughts?
No. Was that on my OAP?
No, but I thought I read that you had started New Thoughts or was about to.
Personal growth is what I started.
Sorry?
Personal growth is what I started.
Okay, I don't know that particular program. So what do you understand about the harm being a consumer of child sexual abuse material causes in the universe?
So I'm harming not only myself, but the people who are abused in the videos by sharing and viewing and such like that. Which I,
Lifelong, right?
you know, I didn't think about at the time because I never think about who I'm harming until it's too late.
But you do appreciate and take responsibility for that now.
Yes. Yes. I don't blame anyone but myself out.
Right, so you do not have a sponsor out in the community?
No, my plan was to, if I got on parole, to go to a halfway house.
And for employment, what are you thinking?
So I was told because my felony doesn't have to do with drug charges, I can still get my pharmacy tech license again. I'll be a little more aggressive with my time of taking care of myself over working more hours because I think they need me more than I need to do myself. If not that, then I'd look at third shift, a warehouse job. I also like animals, so I'd see if I can work with animals too if I had to.
What are you going to do about your mental health issues?
So I've felt a lot better seeking therapy here. And actually, so I'm been a bit more aggressive. Like when I'm gone a month without seeing the therapist, I started writing. I've learned to be more aggressive with getting help here. Because a lot of times, especially with medical issues, unless you're aggressive with it, they don't really be on top of it. Like when I first stayed in jail, I broke my toe. They didn't even look at it, they just gave me ibuprofen and said, if you want more, ask commissary. So I got aggressive with asking, hey.
Okay. The question is based on your return to the community and what is your plan for your mental health? Since you have described it as fueling your criminal choices.
Right. I've learned to be more aggressive with treating it. If that makes sense. Like being on top
What
of
is
like.
your plan when you're back in the community for addressing your mental health needs?
Seeking out, continuing my mental health medication I have now, and maybe getting therapy appointments regularly.
And you do know that you'll have to be participating in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community.
Yeah.
That will come with lots of other restrictions.
Understandable.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board Member Rodriguez?
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of questions. Just one, I'm trying to understand, where did you learn that shock and disgust increases serotonin levels?
I don't know if it was a serotonin thing, but like it was one of the things that didn't feel numb. I was just looking for trigger some kind of emotion that wasn't just not feeling anything.
Well, how does the serotonin level come in?
I was very tired and was poorly describing what was going on when it happened. Because I assume you're talking about during the arrest interview.
Well, typically it's exercise and other things that increase serotonin levels, not really shock and disgust, from what I understand. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for answering my question.
All right, Mr. When we finish questions, we're now going to talk about your case, give you a decision. Board Member Turner.
Okay. You want me to leave?
Nope.
So Mr. Nguyen has 2 years left on this sentence, and he's taken a short track program, and I think getting into additional treatment for problem sexual behavior would be appropriate at this point. I'd like to see him finish Voices, but since he needs a halfway house, that might come anyway. So I have been granted, this is his first conviction and hopefully his last.
So all four and then halfway house?
And a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, yes.
Board Member,
I would agree, Mr. Chair.
all right. Regarding Thomas Quinn 446-201, Move to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and enhanced internet and device monitoring. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Wayne, you've been granted parole. Your conditions to be explained to you prior to your release. Make sure you take care of yourself when you get out there so that something like this doesn't happen again.
That's the plan. Thank you, guys.
This concludes the hearing for Thomas Nguyen, AD number 44621.
Am I all set?
All set.
Okay, thank you.
Morning. Sure, we're right with it.
I think it's on.
I think.
Overall.
Okay, so as far as, morning, my name is Rob Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. This is the hearing regarding Mr. Gregory Kennedy, inmate number 398-319. Yes, following board members this morning.
Michael.
Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
All right, regarding Mr. Kennedy, he had a court proceeding this morning and will not be able to be here. So regarding Gregory Kennedy, 398-019, I move to continue him into the next Cebulski docket. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The case is continued to the next Cebulski docket.
Case review for Gregory Kennedy, inmate number 398-019. And that's. I forgot to get that on the record, to be honest.
What's that?
Said it might have been get that on the record. Let's do this game.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Mr. Nunez, right?
Yes.
All right. Are we good to go with Mr. Nunez?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Aye.
I love making more work for
Okay.
us.
All right.
Morning, my name is Professor Shamley. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. All my board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Angel Nunez, 409-658.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Angel Nunez, inmate number 409-658. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 5 years probation, possession with intent to sell dispensed narcotics, violation of probation, the underlying offense, sale of certain legal drugs, violation of probation, the underlying offense, recount, sale of certain illegal drugs, violation of probation. Also with underlying offense, recount, certain legal drugs, and a violation of probation with underlying offense, possession with intent to sell or dispense to a non-dependent. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of November 3rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, New Thoughts, currently has a community detail job. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a minor range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm sorry, Officer Shamroy. Mr. Nunez has to serve 42 months. He did receive a sentence modification in March, reducing the 5 years to 42 months.
Okay. Mr. Nunez, you can address the panel. Tell them why you think you should be granted parole.
I have a small letter that I would like to read.
Go ahead.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Good morning to the parole board. I would like to start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to present myself here today. Before I say why I should be granted parole, I want to apologize to my community and anyone that has been affected due to my wrong actions and poor decisions. I am truly sorry. My actions have no excuse, and I have taken full responsibility and accountability for them. Since July 31st, 2024, I've been incarcerated. And since November 18th of 2024, I have been part of the Second Chance program here at Sapolsky Reintegration Center. In this program, I have taken the necessary steps towards a successful future, embracing good habits and new opportunities. I have completed more than 20 group programs, not because it was mandatory, but because it was necessary and up to me to make a change in my life for the better. In this program, I learned to change my negative into a positive and take this time to better myself as a whole. Due to my positive progress, the Second Chance program has given me the opportunity to work outside in the community Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Also, due to my engagement, I was given the opportunity to become a mentor of two great programs, which are the Alternative Lifestyle Program and Preparing for Release Program. I also successfully completed the CCAR Recovery Coach Academy, and I'm excited to be part of the CCAR community upon my release. If granted parole today, I will be living in Bridgeport, Connecticut with my wife, Melanie. I will be working at City Line Auto Body Sales and Service in Stratford, Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. as general help assisting with day-to-day operations wherever needed, including shop maintenance, vehicle prep, towing support, and customer service. On weekends, I'll be also working at my wife's restaurant, helping her with managing staff, coordinating schedules, social media marketing, and maintaining service standards. I am a firm believer of change, and I stand here today as a fully rehabilitated man who is asking for a chance to demonstrate that change is possible. I want my community and my family to see my change. I am now part of the positive, not the negative. At this moment, I'm not in control of this experience, but I am in control of the meaning that I give this experience. The Angel Nunez I am today is not the Angel Nunez from the past. Once again, I would like to apologize for my poor decisions, and I apologize to anyone that I've had affected due to my poor decisions from the past. I hope the parole board sees what I have become during this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nunez. So we've taken a look at your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you to arrive at your suitability for parole. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes.
We're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Nunez, I mean, your history is just, very extensive. I mean, the damage that you've done to the community, the things that you've done. What has changed in you since you've been here now?
I'm sorry, the camera is freezing.
Oh, you can't. Did you hear me before?
Can you repeat it? It froze. I'm sorry. It froze.
Okay, so, I mean, obviously, one of my concerns is your history involved in drug selling and drug dealing and its impact in the community. Right? And part of what we're looking at here is community safety. Public
Yes.
safety, right? And considering the damage that has been done by your previous history. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you've taken some responsibility in your opening statement and also in the letter that you sent us and the statement that we got. which is very well written and well done. But I want to know what has truly changed in you?
Well, everything has changed for me in this time that I've been incarcerated, from my mindset to my way of thinking to the effect that I cause in my community, my family, my kids, and myself, because I'm incarcerated away from everything, and everything is my fault. It was my decision to do something that was wrong. Not one time, but 2 times. But my mindset is.
Go ahead.
My mindset is not the same. I'm about positivity and uplifting myself and also other people too, so they don't commit the same mistakes that I have caused before in my community. This is why the whole time that I've been incarcerated, I've been fully into my programming, and I also do my own program, which is Rage and Rage Advance, which I don't do anymore because of my community detail job, but I'm still part of the Second Chance program, and I'm always talking positive, because if I do it here, in a place like jail, then it's way easier to me to do it once I'm outside and spread the positive that I learned here because of my wrong actions. My wrong actions were, I have no excuse. But the only thing that I can do is learn from my mistakes and help other people not commit the same mistakes that I did.
So of the programs that you've taken,
Yeah.
what program brought you to this place?
Well, one of the programs that I take it that was my favorite was the Alternative Lifestyle Program, where Council Supervisor Ms. Miller, I did the program and I went back and I did a mentorship in the program also, because it explains how your environment and how your environment affects your way of thinking when it comes to trying to be successful. Success does not have to mean you need to do something illegal or something bad, because the consequences are coming in here. And in this program, it shows you how to turn your negative into a positive. And it also touches on childhood traumas, things that you saw when you were young, things that you see in the neighborhood that once you grow up, sometimes it affects you. But also in the neighborhood, you also have people that are not influenced, that are not affected, and are positive people. And I want to be part of that. I want to cross the street to the positive and 100% away from the negative, because I am 34 years old. I have a 3-year-old daughter that I have not seen grown since I've been in here. And before I change anything, I need to change my mindset and change everything. And this is what I've been doing for the past 23 months that I've been incarcerated.
So besides the Second Chance program, where you've taken all these other programs that you've gotten good evaluations from and you've gotten your certificates from, you've taken New Thoughts.
Yes.
You've taken Tier 2.
Yes.
And you're connected to CCAR.
Yes, I am. I graduated from the Recovery Coach Academy, and I want to be part of that community.
Do you have a contact person there?
Yes, there's actually a contact person here. His name is Eric. And then once I reach out to him here, then he'll put me in contact with somebody outside. Yeah.
You have not had any DRs, no tickets.
No, sir.
How do you manage that?
Honestly, my path is a positive path. If I see something negative or something that's gonna trigger me, or I stay away from that. I try to stay away from everything that could put my freedom in danger. And this has been like a training camp for when I reintegrate myself back into society, because if I could do good here in a place like this, then once I reintegrate myself back into society, the opportunities are endless, because I came from somewhere where I could easily catch a DR, or somebody could create an argument or something like that. And I become the person who de-escalates situations. Like, for example, there was a situation a few months ago, and I told the person, like, listen, it's not worth it. The plan is to do better in here and to make it home to our family. And he actually commended me on that. And that's how I look at it. I'm not here to catch more negative. I already done enough negative things. And I just want to do the positive.
Any thoughts on education?
Well, I didn't do the college and stuff like that because I was so focused on my programs here. And it's kind of like a either or here. Is either you do programs or you do the schooling. But I do want to get my CDL because I have an opportunity to work at a tow trucking company when I go home. And it's a big opportunity for me. So I would like to accomplish that, at least in my first 6 months home, or at least be already on that path. I know everything takes hard work and it's not done overnight. So I just want to work my way up and complete that. My father is also a truck driver, so I have opportunities in that field.
Okay, and what about your DJ business?
My DJ business, for the moment, I don't want to indulge in that at the moment, because I'll be on parole, and the path that I want to take now, that career does not match for the moment. That's not my main focus. My main focus is the opportunity of work that I have now, helping my wife in the day with her restaurant in the daytime, and just trying to live a positive and just away from everything that could get me back in here, unfortunately. So I don't want to be back in this situation. So,
and tell me a little bit about your release, your support system on your release.
Well, my wife is ready for me to come home. She's been my support through this whole journey. My mom has been one of my biggest supporters. My dad. These are people that have never done nothing wrong. I have good friends on my side. I don't know if you saw the character letters, but
yeah, no, we got you good support letter. Yeah, good support letters.
Yeah, one of the support people there is a great friend of mine. His name is Alexis. He owns 3 supermarkets in Bridgeport. That was my first job there in 2007, and we have remained good friends. So I do have positive people around me, people that believe in me, and that I have failed, and I don't want to fail them anymore.
All right, I appreciate you answering my questions. I think I'm done with what I want to ask. Reserve in case I have follow-up questions.
Board Member Turner.
It looks like, Mr. Nunez, that you got the sentence reduction just on the possession with intent to sell, but the rest of the sentence remains, the other charges remain such that you need to serve 5 years.
Yes.
Clarifying that for the record. I guess a couple of things. There was an incident in November of 2023 in Stratford, resulting in some injuries. I don't see that you've taken a domestic violence program. Are you open to doing that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I actually, I wrote, 4 requests. I have them in my folder to try to get into that program, but I can only do so much on my end. But I did try to complete the program.
That victim, her initials, AD, is that who that was?
Excuse me?
The victim's initials, 2023.
Yes.
One of the things that you'll learn in a domestic violence program is the seriousness of putting your hands around the throat of another person and cutting off their ability to breathe. You could kill them doing that. So you should be very careful. It's like punching somebody in the head. You just never know. And we see way too often people die as a result of a act like that. So your roommate at the time, how did you know him?
My roommate at the time was he was a good friend of mine. He used to do security for one of the places that I used to DJ at, and I met him through the owner of one of the places that I used to DJ, and my roommate at the time, he was working security, and he gave me the opportunity to live in his apartment at the time. I was going through a rough patch, and
Okay, so is this somebody you've stayed in touch with?
During my incarceration, no.
Okay, because were you to be granted, I would want you not to have contact with this person.
Okay, fully understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that covers our questions. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, yes, Mr. Business, all very serious. I've been contributed to, as he said, not only his family, but the community at large. And he has a history of this as well. Having said that, Mr. Nunez sounds very good today. He's taking a second chance program, and he's got lots of certificates of program he's taken during second chance. He's got positive evaluations that have come out of that. He's got positive support letters that have come in. Actively involved in CCAR at this point, which I think tells me that he's interested in maintaining a recovery community and trying to stay connected to the recovery community. He's had no DRs. So that was very, very positive. I agreed to attend the domestic violence program as part of a condition. So I think I'm going to be supporting his discretionary parole today. Right? Turner?
I am also in support of Mr. Nunez going out to discretionary parole. It's going to be a significant amount of time people being in his business because he's got 5 years of probation to follow. But if he's smart, he'll see it as to his benefit.
All right. I have 4 general no contacts.
Yeah.
Plus domestic violence and a no contact with.
Can we just clarify who Yancy Nunez is?
Yancy Nunez, a relative of yours or no?
Yes,
How so?
he's my brother.
Okay. So without PO, no.
Okay, and also no contact with
AD.
Garrison Peralta.
PER.
ALTA. There are 2 different spellings of the first name in the police reports. There's a name. Sorry?
2 R's and 1 R.
Peralta has 1 R, and his first name is alternately spelled YERISON.
YER.
ISON.
IS.
And YERSION. I can't find him in DOC and they look up, so
All right. And that's a
general no contact.
general no contact as well. And then, the Jose Navarre, Felix Guzman, Jimenez, Martin De Jesus is the best.
Yeah.
And DV,
Yes,
and
please.
we're good, right? Regarding Angel Nunez, 409658, the date that we have, Officer Shamroy, is November 3rd. So regarding Angel Nunez, 409658, I move to grant parole on or after November 3rd, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. Behavior management for domestic violence, general no contact with Jose Navarre, Felix Guzman Jimenez, Martin De Jesus Estevez, and general no contact with Yarison Peralta, and a general no contact with Yancy Nunez without parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Nunez has been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. And get out there and continue to do the good work that you've started to do in there.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
This concludes the hearing for Angel Nunez, inmate number 4096.
Okay, brother.
Yeah.
You're good. You're
You're
good.
all set, Mr. Nunez.
Thank you.
No, you're fine. Just have a seat, sir. We'll be right with you.
Good afternoon, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. This is a case regarding Mr. Gregory Kennedy, inmate number 39809. Panel members today,
Mike Pohl,
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
regarding Gregory Kennedy, he has a court appearance today, so I move to continue his case to the next Cybulski docket. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The case is continued to the next Cybulski docket. Thank you.
this concludes the case review for Mr. Gregory Kennedy, inmate number 39801.
Can I ask a question?
Mr. Hickson,
Yes.
you good to go, Mr. Hickson? All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon. Let's see. Certified and have reviewed all statutorily required documents available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
I'm 16176306.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Thomas Hickson, inmate number 176306. He is serving a sentence of 4.5 years for a violation of probation for the underlying offense violation of protected order. As of today, records reflect the full eligibility date of October 12th, 2026. There is no victim But in this case, there is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, voices, utilizing the state lives, liable offender risk evaluation system. The offenders overall score in the SRT plan within a high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
If you have something that you'd like to read to us?
Oh, well, I submitted my letter to you guys.
Okay, perfect.
But I just got, got
Do you
my
have anything,
certificate.
do you have anything additionally that you would like to say
Oh,
beyond the
yes.
letter that you submitted?
Okay, I just basically decided to do what I was supposed to do in here, so I go and start my life back. I completed some additional programs since I've been in Second Chance. And I facilitate a group called Daily Dads on Fridays. And I just want to get back to my life. I mean, I regret everything I did. You know, I mean, I didn't know how to deal with grief at the time. And when I was home, I lost people close to me. And then during this incarceration, I lost my mom and my sister. So, you know, I had to learn how to deal with grief in here, not get in trouble, and do what I'm supposed to do so I can get back to my life.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you, sir. So what we're doing here is we've taken a look at your background, what you've done since you've been inside, your interview with a parole officer. Based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at suitability for parole. Once we ask those questions, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Hickson, how long have you been in E-dorm?
I got here in April.
Okay, so you had a couple months in there, right?
Yes.
And pretty good place to be?
Yes. Very good.
So, you've taken, just to cover this again, you've taken Tier 2 invoices. And
Yes.
What else have you done inside E-dorm?
I'm in DV right now, and I completed Pawns the Kings in 7 good minutes, and I facilitated a group called Daily Dads on Friday. I run my own group.
So you're facilitating daily dads?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that's really good. When are you done with the domestic violence program?
I'm still I graduate in like 2 more weeks.
So it's in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
Okay. Good.
I completed it on the street though. I completed the 13 sessions on the street.
Yeah, so what happens usually is if you have a domestic violence, anything domestic violence in your background,
Mhm.
EOC wants you to do it inside and outside,
Oh, okay.
you know?
Mhm.
So that's a really important thing to do. Wait, do you remember how long ago it was that you did the program in the community?
I think it was 2022 or 3, if I'm not mistaken.
And what program was it that you did? Do you remember?
It was, well, I did a couple. I did Wellmore, but the domestic violence was a 13-week program I did at American Bank, at the American Bank on Highland Avenue in Waterbury.
Okay. Remember what the name of the program was? Was it Explore or was
Explore.
Explore? Okay. All right. So let's just get down to why you're here. So you're out on probation and you had a problem with drugs, right?
Mhm. Yes.
And you had a problem with getting to programming on top of that, right?
Mhm.
And then you got a new arrest.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the new arrest for?
You know, it was to obstruction of property. I scratched the car.
Okay. And was that while you were using drugs?
No, I relapsed. I had a lot of clean time, and I relapsed because I didn't know how to deal with grief. I told her I lost my father, then I lost somebody else that was close to me, and I didn't know how to deal with grief, and I relapsed.
Okay, so have you dealt with any grief while you've been in there?
Yes, I lost my mom and I lost my older sister. And the
No,
thing
no.
about,
No,
excuse me,
the question was, have you dealt with any grief while you've been in there? Have you dealt with any?
oh yes, I know, yes. Because like I was saying, I lost my mother while I was there and my older sister. And I mean, they didn't bring me to the funeral or nothing, so I had to deal with it.
But how did you deal with it? That's what I'm trying to get at.
How did I deal with it?
Yeah.
Right, well, mostly I listened to this podcast called Life's Turning Point, and that got me through a lot on my tablet, because I had no going to religious services too. That helped a lot. But basically, my podcast on my tablet.
Okay. So you're able to do that.
Yes. Besides my groups, besides my programs.
Okay. And then, so you have a problem out there, obviously a big problem with heroin and fentanyl, right?
Yes.
And if you can even find fentanyl these days, right? Or
Yes.
you can even find heroin these days. Everything's fentanyl out there, right?
Yes.
So what is your plan? Because obviously what happens, you relapse and then stuff happens again, right?
Yes.
So what's your plan in terms of recovery when you're out there?
Well, getting back in tune with like Wellmore or Wheeler, I was in Wheeler Clinic for the 7K shot. So I need to get back involved with Wellmore or Wheeler Clinic from the halfway house if I'm granted to go to one. They help a lot with addiction services.
Okay. Have you dealt with by going to programs or anything like that?
Yes, and
You've gone to
Wellmore.
AA and
Yeah.
you've gone to NA?
Yeah, and Wellmore.
Okay. And what have you, how often have you gone to AA and NA? Is it something that you got really involved in, or is it something that you went to from time to time?
No, I was involved. I had 3 years clean. I was home for 7 years. I had 3 years clean. And then I used to go to Wellmore 3 times a week.
Okay, so you had 7 years clean and
3 years.
so
I had 3 years clean out of 7. Then I relapsed and I got clean again. For 2 years. I was home for 7 years.
So 3 years clean.
Mm-hmm.
And during those 3 years, what were you doing to maintain that?
I was going to meetings, NA meetings.
NA meetings.
Yes.
And that worked while you were going, right?
Yes.
Did you have a sponsor?
Yes.
Were you doing step work?
Yes.
Where were you going to meetings?
All over. It's like Waterbury got different locations. The Waterbury Hospital, the North End Recreation Center. You know, you pick and choose. Like they give you an NA book, and you pick and choose the meetings you go to. Then I used to go to Wellmore on East Main Street.
Okay, and then Wellmore as well?
Yes. And I had to get my 7K shot from Wheeler Clinic on Walker Street.
Yep. So then, you know, from experience that in order to maintain recovery, it's more than just the shot that you need.
Yes.
It's the support that you need as well, right?
Yes.
Being involved in recovery in order to get that done, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have the opportunity to go back to the employment that you had?
Yes. I have a CDL. I'm a truck driver.
Okay, and how long is that CDL good for?
Well, I have to renew it when I get out because I've been here for 2 years. I have to get a new DOT medical card. It's good. It's good for two years.
Okay. All right, and you want to go to a halfway house, come out to a halfway house in Waterbury?
Yes.
You think that's going to be a challenge?
No, the last halfway house I went to, I completed with flying colors. And, I
How do you
maintained.
deal? How do you deal with all the nonsense that goes on in there?
Well, actually, sir, how I dealt with it, I started in a meetings in there. I started my own groups in there. And I used to take clients to meetings because they didn't have meetings when I got to Renaissance Central. So Sabrina let me run.
Oh, that's how you stay clean,
Yes,
right?
yes.
All right, that's all of the questions that I have. I'm going to see if other board members have other questions for you.
I have no questions.
Board, all set. So Mr. Hickson has been in E-dorm for a couple of months now. He's been able to complete tier 2 invoices. He's got another 2 weeks to go to complete domestic violence. He's participated in 7 Good Minutes and Daily Dads. He's a facilitator for that in the Second Chance unit as well. He wants to come out to a halfway house in Waterbury, believes that he can get his medical card back and get his CDL so he would have opportunity for employment. He wants to get connected with NA and go to other support. The reason behind the violation was, a relapse with drug use, which caused a problem with programming and then a new arrest. I think that it would be good for him to have supervision in the community that would provide some stability so that he can get back to a positive contribution to society rather than being out there and using drugs and wreaking havoc. Board Member Turner?
I agree with what you've said. Mr. Hickson has a very concerning criminal history that spans 36 years. So at the age of 58, it really is time to turn it around. He has to appreciate that there are cameras everywhere. And he was caught on video keying the victim's car. He sat here and described it as scratching the car, which is a joke because it caused extensive damage. And, we often see people who try to minimize their crimes, but this was caught on camera and it was definitely something that Mr. Hickson was responsible for. So in terms of stepping up and being accountable and responsible, I just wanted to put that out there, that we know that was not a scratch. And I'm glad that he's done the work that he has. I'd like to see, a contingent on completion of the domestic violence program. But I'm comfortable otherwise.
I agree, Mr. Chair.
All right. So maybe rely on your expertise here for a minute. How are we gonna, if he completed the DV program in the community, and now he's inside again, where he has to do
Sure.
the DV, do we put?
I think we do, because the incident where he was retrieving his belongings and was so mad at the victim that he damaged her car was in October of 2023. So well past whatever he said, 2022, 2023, that he did the Explorer program. So, he's got over 2 years of discretionary parole support. So I think it's reasonable to do a program.
Absolutely. Okay, so just halfway house in behavior management for domestic violence.
And no contact with victim SH.
SH. All right. So regarding Thomas Hickson 176306, I move to grant parole on or after October 16th, 2026. That's correct, Aid?
I had October 12th.
October 12th, 2026. Contingent upon completion of domestic violence program with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, behavior management for domestic violence, and no contact with victim SH. There a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Up. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Hickson, you've been voted to parole. Your condition to be explained to you prior to release.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Thomas Hickson, MA number 176306.
I guess. Okay.
How you doing, Mr. Diaz?
Hello, how you doing?
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Sounds good.
Good afternoon, my name is Rob Shamrock, today Wednesday, the 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Court of Parties and Appeals. My board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon, Pamela Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the board psychologist. So please state your name and number for the record.
My name is Manuel Diaz and my MA number is 418235.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Manuel Diaz, Manuel 418235, serving a sentence of 3 years for burglary third, violation of probation with the underlying offense of sale of narcotic substance in violation of probation, and a violation of probation with the underlying offense of larceny third, violation of probation. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 29th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. The event review shows the offender has completed the following programs. Done utilizing the statewide level offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score of the SRT falls within a higher risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
Is that a question at the end?
You can tell them why you think you should be granted parole.
Well, I believe that, first and foremost, I would like to thank God for allowing us to, have this meeting. And I think I should be granted parole because, let's see, I have a couple of things written down, but, let's see, why should I be granted parole? I think I've had reasonable time to make the changes sufficient to be a productive member of society. I've been engaging in a lot of classes throughout my history of, this whole case. I've been in IOP, completed it successfully. I was required to do inpatient, completed that successfully. And in my journey, I think I'm ready to take the next step into actually trying, and not just trying for other people, but trying for myself. Usually when I get out of here, I have a lot of responsibility. And if I had to be honest, maybe even too much responsibility. And when I'm outside, it's difficult to, accept these things, anxiety, depression, stuff like that. But since I've been in DOC, I've been able to address these issues, which is my mental health, which is embarrassing to say, in this nowadays society, but, and I've been able to tackle that here. And I've also been able to get my behavior in check. And I'm ready to be the father that my kids want me to be, the son that my mom wants me to be. And I really need to take this next step.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Diaz. So what we're doing here today is we look at your background, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you. We're gonna talk about your case after that and give you a decision, okay?
Understood.
And we will start the questions this afternoon with Board Member Turner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Diaz.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm concerned. If a friend of yours told you that they had cancer, how would you react?
Depending on how close our relationship is, you know, that context and affects, you know, the decision. But if we're really close, I would share their suffering with them, honestly. I would
So you
share.
would express concern,
Correct.
you would provide support,
Correct.
you know, you'd be a friend, right?
Correct.
So cancer is a disease, right?
Correct.
Mental health conditions are also a disease, right?
No.
So why would you be embarrassed? Should the person with cancer be embarrassed?
I think, no, they shouldn't, because theirs is looked more as a medical condition, and mental health is looked upon more like you're old enough, you should be able to act or not feel or be able to control your feelings. So I think society makes it difficult for somebody to.
There can be a stigma,
Correct.
but I think the way you think about it is how we used to think about it 20 years ago. I think we've come a long way towards having compassion and understanding that, you know, everybody has their own journey in life and their own struggles. And if medication can help, you wouldn't tell the person with cancer not to take the medication, right?
That's true. That's true.
So perhaps some of what you're carrying around are those stigmas that you've internalized. That if somehow you're weak, somehow you should, you know, suck it up and, you know, do better. But an illness is an illness, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think the tragedy is not getting the help when it's there and you need it.
Yeah, that was always my issue. My issue was always, you know, pride and stuff like that, and you know, being able to say I did it myself or I needed no help. And like I said, when I was recently out there, it was hard for me to, one, find the time to, you know, get mental health help, and two, it was hard for me to admit it. You know, like, again, in my family, I'm the one who they think is, you know, is in control. Meaning, like, you know, when my family sees me, they see like a kid who has everything there, but he just has minor issues. When, you know, in reality, I had bigger issues that I just hid or, you know, put to the side. And when I came here,
do you think they'd love you less if you were honest with them about the size of your problems, the true size?
I don't think they would love me less.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with them. It's all with me. I would feel less. They would nothing would change on their side. It would just be my own feelings.
No, one of the things that we often hear from individuals in the seat where you are is, you know, that they learned that asking for help is actually a sign of strength, to admit that you need it. Whereas we've always sort of been told that, you know, it's a sign of weakness, and it's really wrong, that it's the opposite.
Yeah,
so I'm glad that you have that understanding, and I hope that you'll find a way to make peace with the shame or the embarrassment, because we're all living this journey and it's hard enough. And if there's things that can help us, like therapy and medication, then we should take care of ourselves in those ways without making it harder. Because you really, you were really out there doing a whole lot of crazy stuff. And I think if you had the stability in your mental health, would have made better choices for yourself. And drugs is not a substitute for mental health medications, right?
Right.
Yeah. In fact, they fool you into thinking you don't need them.
Correct.
I'm concerned that you said that there's perhaps too much responsibility on your plate, and then you went on to list all the people who count on you.
Correct.
And I felt the weight of that list as you went through it. You're one person. You're important in a lot of people's lives, but you have to come first. It's, if you don't take care of yourself, you can't be there for the others who may need you from time to time.
Correct.
Tell me what being a productive member of society looks like to you.
I would say somebody who is responsible and trustworthy. Thank God that even throughout this endeavor that I've been through, my name hasn't been tarnished to my trustworthiness. So that's one thing I'm grateful for. But a productive member of society, yeah, you have to be honest, trustworthy. Sometimes people need to depend on you. You need to be there when they depend on you. You have to, like, for my example, like, I have a family, I have to be there. I can't just be an absent father. I have to be a father. So I have to be the head of the household. I have to be there for not only protection, also wisdom, guidance. And being absent, none of those are possible. So
When you list all those things, head of household, provider, guidance, mentor, all that, how does that feel?
It definitely rises the tension in my mind. But I know that before I was, going through all these things, and like, before I really picked up a drug addiction, I would do those without even thinking. That was me. Again, like you said, once you start doing drugs, you become clueless onto what you're supposed to do.
Well, the addiction takes over.
Yeah, when addiction takes over.
That's number one. That's number one. Okay. I was curious about how it felt because it started to, in my mind, I started seeing stones being added to your plate, that you're going to have to carry that plate. And that's a lot to put on yourself. And you can easily get overwhelmed, but it's one day at a time, right? In recovery.
Correct.
I'm really impressed with your answer to my question about productive member of society, Mr. Diaz, because I ask many people who say that to us, what that means to them. And almost always it's have a job, don't commit any more crimes, help my family. And that's almost it. But I love your approach, which was really about who you are and what matters in your character.
Right.
And that's impressive, because if you have all those things, then you are a good worker, then you are a responsible citizen, because you care about your good name.
Correct.
So that's it's unusual. I think my colleagues would agree. We usually don't get such a nuanced, meaningful answer to that question. So I'm glad for you.
Very much, I appreciate it.
So help me a little bit here, because your high risk is taking drugs and your plan is to stay away from them. What
So
else is in that plan?
my plan, I want to get a career. I left high school when I was 18 years old. I graduated from North High School, and I graduated. I don't know what day of the week it was, but let's just say for the exercise, it was a Tuesday. And by Thursday, I was already in Baltimore, Maryland, working my first job. And I never been to college. I never took that step of school because I seen it as a long way to obtain. Basically, I just wanted instant gratification when I was young. And to me, like I said, my first child, I had him at 19. So
Okay, Mr. Diaz, I'm apologize for interrupting you. We have many people that we still need to see today. So I'm going to bring you back to what I was trying to get at is in terms of your recovery, you have serious substances that you've been abusing. You've done treatment a couple times out in the community, and you blame being under the influence for the crimes that you committed.
Correct.
So I'm concerned that your plan is not embracing recovery, but avoiding drugs. So talk to me about how you're going to live clean and sober so that you can be that dad, so that you can be that provider. Have you given that some thought and worked on that?
Yes. So the last time that I got high was in 2021. I got arrested, came back to jail in 2023. I came in, I got on a methadone program, and I haven't used any substances besides my medications since around 2023, early 2022. My drug addiction is still with me, but I think that my mental health is more important, meaning if I focus on my mental health part of the aspect, you know, the anxiety, the depression and all that, and continue the method I'm taking, I will be able to remain abstinent from drugs even longer than I have been now. And if need be,
I understand
yes.
how you think about it, and I just want to encourage you to look for recovery practices that will help you not pick up again. I'm glad that you are taking care of your mental health, but I think it might be a little of both. And addiction, you know, it can sneak up on you.
Right.
So you have to attend to it sometimes every day to live in recovery. It was hard to read about the robbery. With the passenger that you had, this was somebody you knew, right? That you gave a ride to?
Correct.
Um,
And just for the record, no robbery occurred.
well, because the situation kind of fell apart, but you were trying to get more money out of him as your passenger.
Negative.
Okay.
That's not
Well,
how that happened.
Given that you were under the influence, I'm gonna put more credibility in his account. Because, you know, that's what he told the police at the time. I want to know whether you are open to taking a domestic violence program when you're out in the community.
I would be willing to.
Okay. I think you need a domestic violence program. You now have victimized multiple women. And, if you go as far as to put your hands around the throat, the neck of another person to strangle them, that's a lethality. It's a risk factor for killing that person. So you need to learn the emotional self-regulation so that you can make better decisions in your relationships.
Understood.
To your benefit. Thank you for talking with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member
Do you
Rodriguez.
have any questions?
All right, and we are going to talk about your case and give you a decision now. Board Member Turner.
Okay, so Mr. Diaz sounds really good today. And, I think that's because he's taking some proactive steps to address his needs. However, he has not completed any programs thus far. And he blames substance use on his criminal behavior and told the parole officer when he was interviewed, he doesn't see himself as relapsing. I think that's naive in the face of addiction. So I'd like to see him spend some more time in the facility taking programs. He does have addiction services on his OAP. So I'm thinking about a deny and a rehear.
December.
Sure, that would give him, 3 months of supervision.
So you're thinking, Mr.
Yeah, I see that. I'm concerned and didn't follow up on the program, and that I didn't hear a strong relapse plan.
Okay, so inadequate institutional program participation and
An inadequate release plan. Why don't we leave it at that?
yep. All right,
Anything bad?
December, positive programming, no DRs, and he understands what programs that we'd like to see him finish up. So,
Well, and I'd like to encourage him to ask for the domestic violence program, which isn't on his OAP, that he has repeated between 2023 and 2025 acts of violence against his partners.
so that's something that
He can
Mr.
fix it.
Diaz is certainly listening to us right now. That's something that he can ask us for sure. So regarding Manuel Diaz, 418235, I move to deny parole today based upon inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate release plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The board will rehear this case in December of 2026. We would expect Mr. Diaz to remain free of disciplinary reports and engage in any positive programming. Certainly, you've heard our concerns about relapse and recovery. Hopefully, you can get some programming in that way. Domestic violence as well. Okay.
Understood.
All right. Well, we see you in December.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
This concludes the hearing for me. Yes, for number 48235.
I'm grabbing a big top and bottle, big bottle.
Yeah, the bottles there now.
Sir, we'll be with you momentarily.
Okay.
Sir, is it Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, bear with me. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Fitzgerald. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents available for information preparation for this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Roberto Rodriguez, 207-226.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Roberto Rodriguez, inmate number 207-226. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 42 months, followed by 3 years probation for 3 counts burglary third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 1st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs since this hearing. Tier 4, voices, domestic violence, and embracing fatherhood. Utilizing the statewide number of offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express support why you think you should be granted parole. You may begin it.
I wrote a little something, my own words, I take completely accountability for the burglaries I made, and being a bad husband, father, and son. I will continue working on myself, especially with my way of thinking, by keeping myself in the network of AA and NA, because that was work for me. Like I did before, found some good people and stay close to those people that are doing the right thing. Surround myself with positive and people that want to get somewhere. I believe when I do these things, I will stay out of trouble and never forget that being in jail is not a life. I would like to apologize to my victims and my family from the bottom of my heart. I don't have been a role model for my kids, but since I've been doing, I never had done programs before. Since I did that tier 4, and I focus on my thinking, I came to realize that my thinking was all messed up in the past. I was being selfish, just thinking about me and poor me all the time, not thinking about others. So I took this time that I took this program and really think about my family, my kids, especially, my wife passed away last year. I was in jail, but my father, he always been there for me, and he's a good man, and I'm not even close to what he had done for me. I mean, with my kids, and I just gonna stay close and stay with positive people, continue doing what I'm doing because I feel good. I feel good by, sometimes I'm in the door I play some cards or something and people start talking about negativity and stuff like that. And it's like, I just get up and go back to my queue. It's like, it's not in me anymore. I just trying to do the right thing and try to stay positive, not talking about the past and just focusing on today and see what I can do better in the future.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
So what we're gonna do is ask some questions like we did the last time, and then we're gonna talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, we're gonna start the questions with Mr. Rodriguez.
There's a lot of us, right?
I do it.
Well, first, good to see you back. And what my question is going to be, what do you think about having had our decision to not approve at the time, but deny you and bring you back? What do you think about that?
For not bringing me back, I just need to find a network and stay close to what worked for me, and it worked for me in the past. And I stop doing it is going to AA and NA and find those good people and stay close to them.
I'm glad to see that you took our recommendation seriously and that you seriously did the programming that you've done. It sounds to me from hearing you today that you've really learned a lot, and hopefully that you're gonna, when you do get released, that you're gonna utilize those things that you learned. You not only did tier four, you went into aftercare as well, right?
Yes.
You did aftercare. How was that?
That was good. Like I say, I learned something. I learned a lot about my thinking. My thinking was so bad before I went to the tier four, and I learned a little something about all of them, like DV and my victims, but the tier four, my thinking, it was I was just thinking about myself and poor me, and after I went to that program, start thinking about others and then start thinking about what they go through. I'm not the only one in the picture, and that's what really made me, get more serious about it.
That's good. I'm glad to see that you've really followed our recommendation, Mr. Rodriguez. You took DV as well. You finished DV?
Yeah.
Domestic violence? How did that go for you? What did you learn from that?
I was in a toxic relationship for a long time, and by me staying in that relationship, it keep bringing me back to trouble and stuff like that. I can blame my significant other for everything that we go through. I always thought it was her fault that I go back and stuff like that. I had to bring it back to myself and think about, that the pain that I was putting my family through, and not to do that and think about putting myself in her shoes, and thinking it that way, where she was coming from. She was hurt for what the things I was doing, not really
the things she was doing.
What do you think makes a good relationship? Now,
Communication. Communication, I think is a big one. And, you know, if I hope I'll get another relationship because my girl passed away, but just give her some time, you know, if she's not feeling good or the conversation is not going well, just give us a timeout, you know, and take a minute and think about it, walk away and do something else, you know, and maybe come back later and touch the subject again if it's necessary. If it's not, you know, you just try to let it go.
I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your wife.
Thanks.
Yeah. I feel it's very difficult to be where you're at, have to go
Yes.
through that. I hope you've spoken to some people about that and have looked for some help in dealing with grief.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. I was at the tier 4 when that happened and they helped me a lot. You know,
You're
I talk
you're
about
probably in a
it.
good place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you while you were there, did you work on a recovery plan for the outside?
Yes, yes, I'm CIT. I'm waiting for CIT outpatient. I'm going to. And when I get out, I'm already got case manager. And I'm just gonna keep doing the meetings. And I got the pastor here. He from where I'm from, and the church is, I'm gonna go there too. You know, I just got a plan to stay, you know, busy and.
Well, listen, I really appreciate your work that you put into this, and I'm glad that you again took our recommendation and you did what you need to do. Appreciate that. I'm done with my questioning today, but I really do wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
And again, so sorry again for the loss of your wife.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Turner.
Just Mr. Rodriguez, I was on your prior panel with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez. And, you know, good job.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm impressed that you are, that you've gotten the insight into the choices that you were making in your relationship that made it toxic. And that you have learned to look at things from other perspectives and appreciate that your choices affect others. So I wish you a lot of success when you're back in the community, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision now. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I think that Mr. Rodriguez has taken the recommendation of the previous panel and really utilized programs that he's gone to. He's seemed to have gained some insight into behavior and something he needs to do and finding some alternatives to some of his behaviors and something he needs to do, especially as it relates to relationships, which was a real issue for him. I'm going to be discussion.
Board Member.
I agree. Halfway house placement is the only step I have.
That's it. Regarding Roberto Rodriguez, 207226, I move to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026. The following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, if necessary. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rodriguez, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release, okay?
Okay, thank
Get
you.
that positive stuff going on the outside.
Thank you, I will. Good.
Hearing for Rodriguez, 7226.
Have a good day.
Sir, what's the last name?
Alvarado?
Be right with you.
they're gonna be in the, they're in there, the other guy up there with, like,
Like you think it's gonna go.
All right, Mr. Alvarado, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Chairman. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their name on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jose Alvarado, inmate number 215145.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jose Alvarado, inmate number 215145. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 8 years, followed by 5 years probation for 2 counts: criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon, sale of narcotic substance, possession with intent, 1 kilo or more of cannabis, criminal possession of pistol revolver, carrying a pistol without a permit, possession with intent, narcotic substance, 2 counts possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotic loose. As of today, records reflect a full eligibility date of September 21st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offenders completed the following programs: Tier 2, Voices, Race and Fatherhood, People Empowering People. He currently has a kitchen utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Alvarado, before you start, we do have the statement from you that you sent in. So if that's the same thing, you don't need to read it to us.
No, this is different. That, I
Something
wrote that
different.
for you guys.
Then
Yes.
go ahead. Go ahead and read that.
My name is Jose Alvarado. I want to begin by acknowledging the seriousness of my past actions and the decisions that brought me before this board. I take full responsibilities for my mistakes. I understand the impact they have had on others, my family, and my own life. I know I cannot change the past, but I can honestly say that I am not the same person I was when I first came into the prison system. What will be different this time is that I fully understand the importance of stability, accountability, and surrounding myself with the right people and environment. Before my incarceration, I made choices without thinking about the long-term consequences. I lacked maturity, direction, and the support system necessary to help me succeed. During my time incarcerated, I have years to reflect on my actions, my responsibilities, and the kind of man I want to be moving forward. This time I have a real plan and a strong support system waiting for me in Massachusetts. I have a stable home, family support, and people in my life who genuinely want to see me succeed. I understand that parole is not freedom without responsibility. It is an opportunity to prove that I can live a productive, lawful, and meaningful life upon my release. I have worked hard to grow
mentally and emotionally while incarcerated. I have learned patience, self-control, accountability, and I no longer want to live the kind of life that brought pain, instability, and poor decisions. My focus now is on rebuilding my life, supporting my family, maintaining employment, and becoming someone my loved ones can truly depend on, especially my kids. I know trust is earned through action, not words. All I can do is honestly tell you that I am committed to living differently, making the most of a second chance if granted one. This program, EDOM, has really made me very mindful in the decisions and choices I make moving forward. Thank you for your time. Thank you for taking the time to consider my request and for the responsibility you carry in making these decisions. Respectfully, Jose Alvarado.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Alvarado. So there's a lot here. So you've been in EDORM, right?
Yes.
And I jumped right in here. Just, you've been here before. So you know what the deal is. We're gonna take a look at your background, what you've done since you've been in. We're gonna ask questions to get to suitability for parole. Then we're gonna talk about your case and give you a decision, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now that we're there, you've been in EDORM for how long?
Since February, beginning of February, 5 months.
So that's like 5 months. Okay. And what additionally have you done while you've been in EDORM? I have here two voices, embracing fatherhood, people empowering people. Your letter talks about AA, and you've had a job as a janitor. What else have you done while you've been in EDORM to add to that?
I completed C-card.
The RCA?
Yeah, the CCAR program.
Yeah.
C-card,
The Recovery Coach Academy?
Yes, I finished that. I did the threshold. I completed smart recovery. I completed year 2. I completed Department of Corrections Job Center program.
What is that?
Job Center program.
Job Center?
Yeah.
Okay.
I completed, I've been making donations to the pantry in the infield.
Okay.
Finished Alcoholic Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, UOU.
One more time.
UOU.
UOU. UOU. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Got it.
7 to a minute. I facilitated a group called Pawn Sakines. Silent Sons. Trucking Main Central. Gold Group. Pet Talk. Daily Dad. And Rage. I also completed People Empowering People.
Yes.
It's a DuCon program. I completed Voices,
Fatherhood, Voices.
Modern Mindset.
Okay, perfect. So that's good. So that's the kind of thing, the reason why there's that second chance storm is to have the opportunity to take programs that really address the needs that you have. Because obviously here, you're found suitable for parole. You were actually sent out on parole, right?
Yes, sir.
And actually got transfer parole, right? So you got even released before you were released, right? And then what happened?
While I was on parole.
Yeah.
Yeah, while I was on parole, I was working full-time for City Lights Auto Towing Company out of New Haven. Then I
Yeah,
started
but
working.
so what I want to know, so I know that you were a tow truck driver. I
Yeah,
want to know, you had all of this good stuff going for you. All of it, right? Did all of the right things. But how come you're sitting there again?
I made bad choices and I made a bad decision.
So what was the bad decision you made?
I started hanging out with the wrong people and just trying to take shortcuts when I knew better not to take shortcuts.
So so you got out there you need to be honest with me. You got out there, did you go to AA? Did you go
No,
to
I
NA?
didn't go to AA, but I was doing a lot of things for autism because I have a son that has autism, and I did a lot of community stuff like food share stuff like that when I was home.
Okay, so here's the question to go with that. So according to the interview you had with the parole officer, you don't have a problem with substances.
I don't have a problem with what?
You don't have a problem with substances?
No, I didn't have no problem with drugs, alcohol, none of that.
Okay, so where are we then? So I just
like, beyond, I made, it was just a lifestyle. It's just like, I didn't think I had an addiction until I came into the system and talked to counselors and C-Car Smart Recovery. And I used to always be in denial, just to let, you know what I mean? And they told me that I have an addiction. I was like, what's an addiction? Because I always thought addiction was drug habits, sex, stuff like that. And the counselor told me, no, addiction is you like the easy life. You like things to come to you easy. You want to, instead of taking the long way around, you take the shortcuts. And that's when I figured it out. And then that's when I was like, wow, you are right. Because that's what I was doing. I was taking shortcuts, and I no longer want to take shortcuts. And then I shouldn't be taking shortcuts because I know what kind of person I am. I'm hardworking. I'm a great father. Always take my kids to school in the morning, pick them up, and I just made bad choices and bad decisions at that time. And I always showed up for parole on time, always gave them clean urines, always gave them my pay stubs.
So if the lifestyle is the problem now,
Yes.
what's the solution?
I'm changing people, places, and things. I'm leaving the place I was raised and always been there. I'm leaving.
So
I'm moving.
you want to go to Garner,
Yeah,
right?
Gardner, Mass with my wife.
Okay.
The friends I'm no longer with the friends I have. I'm done with that, and just I got great job opportunities out there. As far as
who are you gonna replace the friends with?
Positive people, positive. I met a lot of positive people, especially through RCP out of Mass called Tristan Floyd. I stay in contact with him. Eric Providence is a C-Car counselor, and Melissa McGee. We speak.
Okay, but they're in Hartford, and you're talking about being in Garner, Mass.
No, C-Car and RCP are like the same kind of thing. Tristan Floyd runs RCP. I stay in contact with him weekly. We conversate on the phone weekly. He owns a nonprofit out there.
That's I get you. Okay, but what I'm saying, you said you're gonna change friends.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So how do you do that?
Well, spend more time with my family and just work hard, get a full-time job and stay out the streets. I haven't dealt with them people and the time I've been incarcerated, no contact with them. I don't try to reach out to them. I don't do none of that. Because I noticed that they were just there when I was able to help them out.
Do you go to church? Do you do anything like that?
Yes, I go to church on Sundays here.
What service you go to?
Spanish.
Any kind of Spanish community in Garner?
Yes, there's a big population, Spanish population in Garner, in Fitchburg, Garner, and Levingston. It's all them surrounding towns.
So you think that maybe finding a church there might put some people in your life that are,
I think a change of like change of scenery venue is better for me. Just more, cause my whole life I've been in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I don't know nothing different. So now that I'm going to somewhere that's different, it's new, and it's something that's gonna keep me around positive people. Like all I've been speaking is about people that are giving me the opportunity to come home and get a good job. Like BHN is a behavioral health network that deals with things that I found a passion for, is helping others with addiction and kids growing up and heading down the wrong path.
that's
So I
where,
want to be,
that's where I'm trying to go, because
yeah,
you put an addict on a train in Connecticut and send him to California. When he gets off, what do you got?
yeah,
You got an addict. So what I'm
Yeah,
trying to get
that's
at
right.
is, right, what I'm trying to get at is you're going to Garner. How is that pro-social support gonna change?
it's gonna change because the people I'm gonna be working for is giving me the opportunity to show other people what I've been through, and I'm gonna use the knowledge that I have of being incarcerated and what I've been through. Like I can help the youth and other people that are dealing with an addiction or the same problems I have, the lifestyle. Just let them know it's not good to take shortcuts in life.
I mean, it's really important that you do that.
No, I've this been installed in me through the C card and Smart Recovery. These counselors in here really helped me know that I could be a valuable person in the world.
So, because I think, it's people would be very disappointed. It's like, 3 people that let you go home the last time are probably really disappointed.
Yeah,
What
I'm disappointed in myself too. But as I came in, I've grown. I've learned more things. Before I have a plan. Now I have a reentry plan. Got a great support system. I didn't have stability and structure in my life when I went out last time. This time I have that. I have a passion to become a recovery coach, whether it's with C-CART or RCP.
Good. All right. I'm going to see if other board members have questions for you. Board Member Turner?
So, Mr. Alvarado, with your last sentence, which involves firearms, you got 14 years with 5.5 to serve. And now you're back for new crimes while you were on parole, didn't even begin the probationary period of your last sentence. And now your sentence is 20 years with 8 to serve. Do you see where this is going?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very disappointed in myself. And not only that.
So you have gun convictions from 2000, 2018, and now 2023. You were on the deadly weapon offender registry on parole when you acquired more firearms. You had opened the smoke shop with the New York owner in October of 2022. And 3 weeks later, you began the illegal sale of marijuana. Was there anything in you that said, hold on here, I should not be doing this?
To be honest, at the time, because I was a manager there, and he was paying me weekly. The money I was getting paid, I wasn't thinking that way, man. To be honest with you.
Okay. Disappointing to hear. So you've basically been selling drugs for 25 years.
Mhm.
It's just a very concerning criminal history and just, a cycle. I'm looking at your pre-sentence investigation from your last period of incarceration, and this is what you said when you were interviewed. I am too old to be engaged in illegal activity. This is the last case I will ever have, and I will not be back in court again. That was you at 43. And now here you are at 50.
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, I'm disappointed in myself, and I've taken accountability for my actions, and I
I
feel
guess
like I'm.
what I struggle with is you're telling us you want to go out, you want to be a dad. Your oldest kid is 24. So,
Yes, ma'am.
a significant part of that child's life, you haven't been there. And your youngest is 8.
Yes.
And you tell us that you got into these recent cases because you were hanging with wrong people. Why the hell weren't you home taking care of your kids? That's where it all falls apart for me. I get it if you're 20.
Yes.
But you've been to this rodeo, sir. No more questions.
So, Mr. Alvarado, we're gonna talk about your case and give you a decision. So needless to say, this case is frustrating. The decision is, it's usually what we see is documents like this in a rehear where the prior decisions in the current folder, but we didn't get the opportunity to have
A reader, because
we got a grant and then we got brought back in, on top of it, right? So for me, it's like the thing that appears to be helpful, is him being in, the second chance unit, which is more than second chance, as was pointed out. It's like this stuff's been going on since 1992. In the last 10 years, I mean, the list of charges with convictions were let off, but prior to that, there's an interfering and resisting, a larceny, fifth, and 2 violation of probation, which goes back to 2015. And then the current conviction. So there was a space of time where there was not a lot of stuff going on, but there was still stuff going on. The success and failure ratio on parole probation is 3 successes out of 9. The addiction that's going on here is to the lifestyle. He is taking himself out of Connecticut, out of Waterbury specifically, right? And going, looking to go interstate to Massachusetts. He has taken significant programming while he's been in the facility. We're looking at when he got caught this time, it was 2 kilos of marijuana, 33.6 grams of cocaine, and $30,000 cash. So that's, and that's in a short amount of time, So, 2030 is 4 years from now. I would support an opportunity to have supervision again in this case. And if after all of this programming and everything else that's happening, if he comes back here again, I don't know how any panel could find anything suitable here. You just pointed out what he said in the last time this happened, you know,
Start to find that now.
6 years ago, you know. But it's a sad thing, and Mr. Alvarado is, you know, he's got to get it together. I'm interested in what other board members have to say before I make a final decision.
Sure. Yeah, I want to recognize no disciplinary reports. He has multiple support letters that he has, you know, a job offer in the community and a family to go to. You know, with his history, it's kind of remarkable.
Yeah, it is.
That people still want to be there for him. Yet I'm really struggling with cutting an 8-year sentence in half with the record that he has. You know, the last time he was in, he had done tier 2 and good intentions. Granted, he's done more programs, but he's done tier 2 again. And, you know, when he was interviewed by Shamroy, I don't know if it's the wording of the question about whether, you know, substances have caused a problem and whether or not you perceive it to be a problem. But with a criminal history like this, I don't know how you don't see it as a problem. But, you know, he never has had a problem. And you look at the prior DIS and PSI, and it talks about marijuana, cocaine, alcohol to the point of liver damage. And this is all stuff that he appears to try to hide from us this time. You know, and talking about it just as a lifestyle thing is really underrepresenting his history. So I do not have him granted today. You know, it's a matter of whether we bring him back in a little while.
But what do we have to do? We've got a lot of programs already. Not accepting a drug issue, he's accepting an addiction to a lifestyle. He's taken, you know, the things that have kind of dealt with that already. I don't even know what we would bring him back for. You know, it's either, for me, it's either a decision of letting him out, hoping the supervision works with him, and that, you know, this time he really takes it seriously, or he stays. I don't think bringing him back would be gonna do anything different.
Right. I mean, for me, it's, you know, the consequence, the 8 years and cutting it down to 4. When we cut it, you know, his last 5.5-year sentence down considerably and
squandered it. Yeah, basically.
So.
Let's see how he does in the supervision.
If he comes back, it's like, it's over.
But the reality is, I'm afraid that he's going to come back to the mass system, not to us. And like this stuff just doesn't stick to him in ways that make him change.
I'm gonna. Hey,
More positive.
he's done.
More positive.
He's
I
done.
don't know what more positive programs we can take. Because we're feeling that this isn't enough at this point. We're saying, you know, it's a.
No, because it's really, you know, it's about, there's the rehabilitative side of incarceration, and then there's the consequence of punishment.
Yeah.
So,
And you know, it's guns, more gun, you know, it'd be one thing if this was just more drug peddling. But, you know, three convictions involving guns. Spanning 25 years. You know, you've got to get the message at some point.
So what about if so I get what you're saying, and I get, you know, the sentence is getting cut and stuff like that. What about, he was returned on February 15th, 2023. What about if we parole him on February 15th, 2027? I mean, if there's no gifts, I mean, he was given an opportunity, went out, and he didn't do the right thing. So, I mean.
Sure.
That makes sense?
You know what I mean?
Take it to 2027.
February 15th, 2027.
Yeah, we could, yeah.
That way, it's like he was 8 years, he's done, he's not getting any gifts. But he's getting another opportunity that if he squanders, the next panel is not gonna. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And the real reason that I'm willing to pivot is because he's got a sponsor, he's got a job.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you know, we don't see that often enough.
Yeah.
So if he can't make it with this level of support, this kind of guidance, then we'll see him again.
All right. All right. So I have halfway house out of state plan and one co-defendant.
Yes.
Yes.
MA. It is the mother of one of his kids. So,
Without,
yeah.
Parole officer permission.
all right. So regarding Jose Alvarado, 215145, move grant parole on or after February 15, 2027, for the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: halfway house placement, out of state plan, interstate to Massachusetts, no contact with co-defendant Nilsa and Angelucci without parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Alvarado, your release date's February 15th, 2027. We put interstate to Massachusetts on there. And that's the best that we're gonna do today.
Thank you.
All right. Really need to get out there and make use of this chance.
I am. I get what you, I respect your decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Jose Alvarado, inmate number 515145. How you doing, Mr. Maldonado?
Good afternoon.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon, my name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Board members are present this afternoon, and by stating your name on the record, certify that you received all necessary required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Cole.
Good afternoon, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Emmanuel Maldonado, AB number 275760.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Emmanuel Maldonado, inmate number 275760. He is serving a sentence of 13 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession of intent to sell or dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 1st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender is completing the following programs. None. Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within a high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
My name is Manuel. I've been doing this for a long time. This is not my first rodeo coming through these prisons. I have a little kid with autism. I would like to be home with my family. You know, I got an addiction and I need help with it. You know, it's been years that has took my life away and it's just been destroying me for years since I was 13 years old. And it's just been a battle constantly with it. I've been trying. I was clean when I discharged my last situation in 2018. I got on the Suboxone program. I was doing that for 6 years till 2024 till I caught my case. So I want to change my life. You know, it's just been constant battle. You know, I went to a casino, won some money, and decided to get high again. And everything went downhill from there. Started selling drugs again after 6 years of being clean. It's been a constant battle for me. And I've been trying. I thought I had it under control. My son, I got a fiance. My son got autism. I thought I had everything under control, but it didn't look like I did, you know. It didn't happen for me.
All right there, Mr. Maldonado, you're starting to repeat yourself a little bit. So thank you for your opening statement. And the way this works, we read about your background, what you've done since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. We're going to take turns asking those questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you the decision, okay? And we're going to start questions this afternoon with Board Member Turner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I appreciate that you want help. I think that's a great place to begin. I'm hard pressed to understand why, without any disciplinary issues, you spent a whole year at Hartford before being moved to Cybulski just in March. You were sentenced in March 2025 and you have no programs to show for it. And now you've been in this facility just 3 months. So you are end of sentence in November of next year. So what I'm going to say to you, with your scoring high for your risk to recidivate, to reoffend, and the fact that you have the highest possible drug score and that you want the help, is that we deny you today and give you a chance to take the programs that are going to help you get your life on track, get a handle on your addiction so that you can be a dad to your son. I want to hear you come back before us with a relapse prevention plan. And, your mom's going to sponsor you, which is great, but do some work on finding some employment and get that lined up before you come before the board again. But you have some longstanding issues, and I want to help you get the help you need so that when you do come out into the community, you'll be successful on probation. The 10 years hanging over your head from this sentence will go away. And you'll be able to, build a career for yourself and your family. But, you got to prioritize your recovery first, and that starts with a program.
I'm in the program, the Tier 2, which I finish my program tomorrow. That's the only, everything else is on the waiting list. My Tier 2 program, I got the paper right here, and I will be finished with it tomorrow.
Oh, dear.
I got
How
the
many
paper.
times, Mr. Maldonado, how many times have you taken Tier 2?
I'm taking programs. I'm not, I know.
How many times have you taken Tier 2?
Probably like 2-3 times. It's probably like my third time.
Yeah, because this is your 6th period of incarceration. So, it's not a program that is sufficient for the needs that you have. What's your relapse prevention plan if you're 2 days away from finishing the program?
I mean, that prevention plan is, I would rather go to an inpatient drug program. That's what I really rather do, because I know I need that.
You're in one, sir. You're in prison and you're in a drug program.
Yeah, I know. I understand. It's just.
So you're not going to come out and step into an inpatient program because you haven't been using, right?
Well, if I'm in an inpatient drug program, it will help me more.
Yes,
I'm learning more.
I understand that, but that's not how it works. You're not going to step. So what is your relapse prevention plan?
But when I get out to the community,
when you
I
leave
need
prison.
to take care. I have to take care of my son. I have to do NA, which I do here too. I also go to NA. And keep learning. I have to keep learning. I don't have no room for error at this point.
So even your language, if you have to do NA, I mean, what do you want to do to live clean and sober? Is there anything you want to?
I have to change my life. I have to change my lifestyle. Using drugs.
How do you do that?
I'm staying away from the negativity, thinking positive, taking care of my family, accepting that I have an addiction, that I'm an addict. Will it be 40 years from now? I'm always going to be an addict. In the program, they told me that I have to remind myself at all times that I'm an addict, that anything could change, any little thing could change my life like it did after 6 years, being clean. From 2018, I got into some boxings. To 2024, I went to the casino, won some money, and the first thing I decided to do was go call somebody to get high. So it's, I've been trying. It's not like, all the other times I really didn't care. With my son that was born with autism and severe autism and stuff like that, I had to change my life. But that little spark in my head came and it all went downhill. Six years of my life.
Let me ask you. When you were at the casino, were you drinking?
Yes. And
do you believe that alcohol is a problem for you?
I do believe that it became a problem for me, but I wasn't an alcoholic at that time. I usually go for the.
But you don't have to be an alcoholic for it to be a problem. If it impairs your decision making, then it lowers your inhibitions, and all of a sudden you're using crack again. So 100% like the fact that you even went to the casino is a problem. Would you agree?
That was the biggest problem, me going to the casino.
Well, I'm not sure it was the biggest problem, but it was not a good choice.
It was not a good choice at all.
Yeah, okay. So you were running like a mobile delivery service for cocaine in the community in Bristol?
I wasn't running on mobile, no.
Well, you were selling out of your car.
Yeah,
That's pretty mobile.
yeah, well, yeah, so I thought I sold out my car. Yeah, I sold out,
Okay,
crack out my car. Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was
all right. Like it wasn't DoorDash.
No, it's right. Yeah, I was selling, I sold out my car. I went downhill in the 4 months. I called in January, I went to the casino. It was the 4 month period where everything went downhill. Everything for me. I started using, I started selling drugs to support my habit. I almost lost my family. The only reason I still have my son and my family this day is because I was doing good. I got on the Suboxones. That's
Okay.
the only reason.
Tell me this, Mr. Maldonado, when you stood before the judge and you were getting sentenced for this crime, you said you're sorry. What were you sorry for?
For selling drugs.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for talking to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Board Member Rodriguez. Just to looking things up, this is the second time he's taken tier 2. Last time was in 2013 when he was in for sale of hallucinogen narcotics again.
What was his drug score then? Was it a 5?
Probably. No, and that's where we are. It's,
Are we discussing this?
no, not yet. I'm thinking through where else I could go with trying to make
All right.
sense of this. So it's like, and Mr. Maldonado, that's the only other program that you've taken since you've been in, right? Here,
Yeah, I was in Hartford for a whole year sentenced with no movement because of the situation they had going on, that they couldn't move people to level 2. And I'm in all the programs, I'm in the waiting list, I write them.
Okay.
And
okay.
and this is the only program I'm in right now.
So are you willing to take additional programming?
Yeah, I'm on the list to take programs, I'm not, it's a waiting thing here. It's like here, they take TS, that's how I see it, before like parole, TS people come, it's like they skip us.
Okay, no, we're good there. All right, so we're gonna talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay?
Thank you.
So, Board Member Turner, sorry with you. Unless you want me to tell you what I'm thinking.
I thought Panama Turner made a good opening. Said what she needed to say.
That blew up because he's finishing tier 2 tomorrow,
But it's not-
again. No, it's not
but-
enough, but we're not allowed to stipulate specific programs.
But we are allowed to stipulate positive programming.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, for me, that's where we need to go.
And I understand that his opening statement was all about why he wants parole. And his, for someone who's done Wheeler in Bristol and did programming as a teen, that is asked about a relapse prevention plan, it was not like we were speaking the same language. And so
if we're looking at the last 10 years, there's a breach of peace second there and drug paraphernalia charge in 2015. That's the only thing that's there.
Well, right, but from that, he was absconded.
Yeah,
and, he had returned on those new charges with the drug paraphernalia. Okay, so I get it.
But yeah, so
Yeah,
if we
you might as well say, hey, he didn't have a gun.
I mean,
He was selling out his car, but he wasn't found with a gun.
Yeah. So 2018, he was discharged from special parole, and the only thing since then has been a breach of peace that he's been convicted of.
Mhm.
Has been a breach of peace that wound up in a 1-year conditional discharge. Although we go back to why were we on?
And, it's like the complacency, because I don't think he gave adequate thought to go into the casino and what that would mean.
Yeah.
And then he was off to the races, and his recovery just went down the tubes. So, I don't want to set him up for that to happen again, but I get your point that, we're seeing a drop off as he's aging in his criminal activity and seriousness of that activity. So.
This was active warranted, possession of 57 grams of cocaine and 22.
Right. But he was using crack daily. He's other substances are heroin, PCP, marijuana, and alcohol.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all high end, heavily addictive stuff. So I'm thrilled for him that he accepts that he's an addict, and hopefully he can work that out. I'm a little surprised he'd come out of tier 2 without, really knowing how he was going to prevent a relapse. So.
With the information that we have, it's going to just an outright denial with all the information that we have.
Well, I did come in with a deny and rehear in January because he hadn't done any programs. He hadn't completed them, but he's on the verge of completing one. But again, it's not necessarily meeting his dosage need, if you want to use that language.
Right.
What are your thoughts?
We're also in a facility though. He's not in ERF or J dorm. He's in
G.
He's in G dorm, that's just general population, right? So, it's not like he's in any kind of therapeutic community up there. And the thing is like what I'm looking at on this is I coming in wanting him to take tier 2, but has. And just looking at recent criminal history, it's like there's not a lot in the last 10, not a lot in the last 10 years, although he was been off special parole for 7 before he committed the offense in 2024.
Let me do one thing. Mr. Maldonado, in your opening statement, you said you were asking for help, that your addiction is destroying you.
Yes,
What help are you looking for?
I needed a long inpatient program. I've never been to a inpatient program. I've always been work release halfway houses. All my life, I've never been into
Okay,
hard programs.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something that I was missing that you were asking for. All right, so here's where I'm at. I want to rehear him because he was unfairly disadvantaged for a year after he was sentenced and stuck in Hartford. So I don't want to penalize him for that. And I don't want to keep him until November of next year if he can do some more work on a relapse prevention plan and some additional programming. So I'm going to stick with my deny and rehear in January.
I'm good with that.
And maybe then he'll come to us and he'll be in tier 4 and, just need another couple months. That would be the ideal inpatient program, right?
Tier 4.
I
But he's in a facility. We're all set. We're all set. But he's in a facility that doesn't have tier 4. So hopefully, I don't know, hopefully maybe he can,
Second chance or
maybe he can get something there. Maybe the way
change
we write it,
Yeah, we have some other programs.
Maybe. maybe as we write
a
it.
therapeutic community. How about that?
For something,
If
right?
we ask Officer Shamroy in her notes to say that the board would like to see if DOC can provide him a therapeutic community to further his recovery.
Read here, January 27, inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate release plan.
I'd like to say evidence of offender change.
Inadequate evidence of offender change instead of release plan.
Sure.
With both.
Sure.
All right, so regarding Manuel Maldonado 75760, I move to deny parole today based upon inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Parole is denied. Mr. Maldonado, we're going to rehear you in January. We are recommending that you take any positive programming that you can take while you're there, not get any disciplinary reports, and, you know, talk to the counselor there and see if you can have access to, you know, one of the communities up there, because there's some really good programming there. You know? All right? We want you to succeed. That's what we want you to do. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Close the hearing, so reading the May number 2757.
Good afternoon.
Versus one.
Look right away, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
How you doing, Mr. Tucker?
How you doing?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay. I'm doing all right.
My name is Ross Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified I have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Good afternoon, Panamember Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Keshar Tucker, 269853.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Keshar Tucker, inmate number 269853. He's serving a sentence of 5 years. A sentence is suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for violation of protective order, sex assault 4, public indecency. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 25th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs: short track sex offender program, tier 2, domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
The question is, why do I believe I should be granted parole?
Yes.
I believe during this incarceration, I've learned from different programs. As you stated, sex treatment program, tier 2 addiction service program, as well as domestic violence program. I believe that I learned that I had suffered from distorted thinking due to I would say drug use, drug abuse, and drug abuse, and which
resulted in a decrease in my mental health, And I've learned from these programs that I have to change those. I have changed those distorted thinking and criminal behavior, criminal thinking, and addiction, substance abuse, that I have, that I can't do those certain things. I can't indulge in criminal thinking and substance use. I have to make my mental health a top priority. I have to take it very serious. I have to stay away from substance use, criminal environments. I have to take serious my life. I have to take my life serious and engage back in my further my education, my college education, gain back my employment, stay in treatment, take treatment serious as I have been for a very long time. Stay away from drug use, and with those things, I will be okay. I will be able. Recidivism wouldn't be an option. It wouldn't be a issue with me. I believe that with these programs that I've taken and this incarceration, during this incarceration, I believe that I learned from the programs, and I learned to stay away from criminal thinking and distorted thinking and criminal behaviors. I believe that I will not commit another crime ever again in my life. Not only did I lost, the time during this incarceration, I have lost some faith with my family members. I have 3 children of my own, loving children. They love me, and I have to do right for them. I have 1 grandchild. I have 29 nieces and nephews, 8 great nieces and nephews of 10 brothers and sisters. 1 deceased, so I said 10 brothers and sisters. And I have a father that's deceased. And I have my mom, and I have a big family that wants to see me do good, and that I want to do good. So I want to be the best version of myself so I can be there for them. I believe with this incarceration, I've learned my lesson that I cannot indulge in criminal behaviors, criminal thinking, distorted thinking. I have to, and I'm not perfect. And I know you guys know that. I have to work on myself, and I'm going to continue working on myself. And during this incarceration, I've been working on myself from day one. Before coming to incarceration, I never stopped working on myself. I believe that if granted early release, I will continue working on myself. I will continue in my education and I will continue my treatment, mental health treatment. I will continue my education in human services. I have college credits, and I wasn't able to continue with college during this incarceration for some other issues. I will regain employment, continue employment, and be a productive citizen in the community. And I will give back to the community by volunteering my services, whether it's in drug rehabilitation centers such as Connecticut Community for Addiction and Recovery, CCAR. I will continue doing that. I was already in the community, a participant of CCAR, the DART program, Drug and Alcohol Rehabilitation Counseling at Gateway, Housatonic. I've been to 2 different community colleges, but I'm going to continue my education and continue being a person that my family members know that I am. I will continue being a productive citizen of the community and a better version of myself for my children and my family, because my children needs me as well as I need them and my family.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mr. Tucker. So what we're going to do is we read about your background and what you've accomplished since you've been inside, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you. And then we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, and the questions this afternoon, we'll start with Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for your opening statement. And you also sent a note to the parole officer that I read that covered some of that information as well. So thank you for that. And you know, you do have a very supportive family, which is also very positive. They've sent letters and they've written us about the support they have for you. All right? I wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Can you tell me why you're here today?
Why I'm here today during this incarceration, I had a violation of protective order. I believe it was 4 violations of a protective order. With where I was living and in the building that I was living in, complex building, I have a protective order with I won't say an older female because I'm 44. She maybe 55. Who felt at times when I was using when I relapsed and started using drug use, started using marijuana and using drugs, she was afraid of me and I was kind of afraid of myself. So I understand her being afraid of me, but I wasn't a harm to her. I would have never harmed anyone. I would have never harmed her. But she was afraid of me and she has the right to, because if I'm using drugs, I'm probably a scary person to myself, to my family.
Especially if you're around somebody who's using drugs, right?
Yeah, she was using drugs as well, yeah. And I'm also here for a sexual violation. When I was getting mental health treatment in the hospital, I was going through a manic, I don't know, you guys know about familiar with a manic episode, and because of drug use, and I don't remember all the details because
I've got it. But you've answered my question. I appreciate it. You answered my question. Are you taking medication now?
Yes, I'm taking a little dose of Haldol.
Okay. Now you don't have to mention all of that. I just want to make sure. Okay. You've had the opportunity to take some programming.
Yes.
So you've taken a short track program?
Yes.
You've taken domestic violence?
Yes.
And you've taken tier 2?
Is it short track tier 2? Yes, yes.
No, tier 2, the substance abuse.
Yes. Oh, yeah, okay, yes.
So just, you want to share with us, what have you learned from the short track? What did you get from the short track?
So which one is the short track? Is it sexual treatment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I learned a lot. I learned a lot that I didn't know. I didn't know that sometimes, in a male and not even just a male and female interaction, but just interaction period, male, female, male, that someone can feel overpowered because of different reasons. It could be a mental thing. It could be a mental health thing. It can be status. It can be money. A person having some money. it could be, it could be a lot of different reasons why a person can feel, they were, they can feel less than, or it can feel, that they were sexually, assaulted, I believe. Not just that, I learned that there's many ways that a person can feel violated. And so, you know, and the situations, you have to be very careful.
Yeah.
And to not violate someone, you know.
Yeah. And you would understand that if you were released, you would probably be required to attend sex offender treatment on the outside.
Yes. I've learned that that's probably needed for me, and like I've learned that it's a good thing to know. You know, the knowledge, the information from the program is a good thing to know. So it's not, I don't feel like you know, ashamed of being in, you know, having to take those classes.
Right. If the program's going to help you, you know,
Right.
live your life a little bit better, that's important.
Right.
I mean, like I said before, I'm glad you have a support system on the outside. You have work available to you on the outside when you get released.
Yes. I'm not sure if it's going to be long-term work. It's going to be for my family. My sister has a company, a property management company. I worked in all the public schools in New Haven, cleaning and doing property management. I also worked for my sister doing property management. She has a lot of property, different houses and stuff like that. So I will work for her for a time being, but I plan on gaining other employment and going into the counseling field. So I have to go back to school for that.
Okay. Sounds good. So you want to get back into the field to help people?
Yeah, it assists people, you know, so assist people, help people.
You may face some challenges. You have a very long history. You may face some challenges. I'm glad you have the support system you have on the outside to help you with that.
Yeah.
And there were obviously several things that came up that were very concerning, you know, in all of this. Obviously, what is your understanding of the impact on the victim in this? Victims in this?
Well, okay, so should I go? Okay, so the victim,
the victims, there are two victims. There are a couple of victims. What is your understanding of how this impacted them? How your behavior impacted them?
I believe it did impact them. Like, you know, living in the housing unit, the building where I was living in, and I was using drugs. I know that I was scaring not just the victim, but other people. I was scared by my drug use, not saying that I would harm anybody, but I just look like a scary person when I'm using drugs and just thinking about drugs. That's all I'm thinking about it's scary for the community. So I probably look scary to the victims. I know I probably scared them. The impact, I'm sure that I impacted them in a negative way, and that's another reason why I want to better myself. So even if they can't see the work that I'm doing, you know, if they do get a chance to see the work that I'm doing, they can say that guy, wow, he was actually a good person. He was just going through some things at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. And what about the victims in the hospital?
That should have never had happened. I was in there for treatment, and that should have been my only focus, is getting mental health treatment. What took place, that should not have been the focus of anyone in a mental health facility getting treatment.
So it can scare someone away from wanting to get treatment and the facility, thinking that, someone can be, violated in that way. And it can scare someone from wanting to get treatment. So.
What do you think? Thanks for sharing that with me. What do you think will be different in this release? You've had quite a few previous releases, and they haven't all worked out well. I've been very successful. You've had over 13 different kinds of releases that have not worked out well. What do you think will be different in this?
I just honestly believe that I learned my lesson. I've lost a lot. I lost myself. And I want to better myself not just for myself, not just for my grandchild, that he will not see me if I will not be able to see my grandchild if I'm acting a certain way or doing certain things that will have me incarcerated. I will not be able to see my family. I will not be able to be there for my family. And I will not be able to be there for myself. I have to do better for myself. There's no other option, no other choice, no other way. I have to do better. And I know that.
All right, thank you for answering that, Mr. Tucker. Right now, I don't have any questions. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues, and if anything comes up from their discussion, I'll ask you afterwards. But thank you so much for answering my question.
Board Member Turner, any questions?
Mr. Tucker, you have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2045. Can you tell me what you understand that means?
I understand that the victim in my in my case, the victim in this situation, I cannot contact her. I cannot be around her. I cannot harass her. I cannot live in that apartment building again. I cannot be around her. I can't do anything. I can't say anything. I can't do anything.
And you don't want to reach out through social media or
no.
If you happen to have friends in common,
No,
you just
I do not.
leave her alone. Okay.
Yeah. I do not want to reach out to her.
So this would amount to about 14 months of discretionary parole before you begin 3 years of probation. So, that's over 4 years of having people in your business. How do you feel about that?
I'm okay with what I've done. I'm okay with what I had to. I'm okay with. I feel like people being in my life is support. Having it's not a bad thing to have someone, especially when I'm going through trying to get my life together. It's nothing wrong with having someone say, look, give me the extra push. Look, you might need to go to this program. You might need to gain this employment. You might need to go to school. You might need to do positive things to better yourself. I don't look at that as a bad thing. So
I'm glad to hear that because, if we grant you parole and you have a parole officer, they should be part of your support system.
Right.
It's another person on your team who can help you be successful. They can connect you to programs and services, even educational opportunities. So, I would encourage you, Mr. Tucker, to develop a relationship with your parole officer. It's not just an accountability thing, but it's somebody that wants you to be successful that can help you do that. I know you've struggled on supervision in the community before. Do you have issues with authority?
Maybe in the past I have, I'm not sure, I would have to think about that, but I don't have problems with authority. I have older brother, I'm the youngest out of seven brothers. All, and my mom, my father, my grandfather, I have family members older people, not saying that they're authority figures, but older people that I look up to, that I give respect to. I don't respect, I'm 44 years old. I don't disrespect my elders and people I look to them for guidance and stuff. So authority figure, I won't look at them as,
Okay, I just wanted to check in on that because, that if you did, then you'd need to work on that so that you can overcome it and have a relationship with your parole officer. I know from the evaluation that the Connections did when they came and met with you there in the facility back in January, that you didn't remember a lot of the details of what you did to the two women that you victimized. You seem to have more of an understanding in talking to my colleague. And I would agree that you probably scared the victims, made them concerned for their safety. And they probably felt kind of angry that you would put hands on them or, pursue them when they didn't want that. So you have to be able to accept no, and you have to have very clear boundaries. Even when you're, not perhaps feeling your best. And I would encourage you to think of your daughters. You have 3 grown daughters.
Two and one son. He's 23. He's bisexual, but he refers to himself as a girl, but he's a son. He's my son.
Well, my mistake. I thought I had read that all 3 of your children were your daughters. But think about them, and you wouldn't want them to be treated by a stranger, especially in a vulnerable setting like getting help in a mental health facility, to then feel unsafe. So, and you have a lot of women in your support system. It's important that you have healthy boundaries and you show respect, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for talking.
All right, Mr. Tucker, we are done with questions. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, these cases are very serious. I think that, Mr. Tucker, answered questions and looked at the situation and accepted responsibility of what he did and has an understanding of why some of it happened, and had an understanding of what some of the victims were thinking at that particular point, being scared of him, those kinds of things. So I think he has some insight to what his behavior was at the time of these offenses. He's taken the short track sex offender treatment. He's taken tier 2, he's taken domestic violence. He responded to my questions about those 3 programs and responded with information that for me indicated some insight into what we learned from those programs. And he has a very strong support system on the outside. The letters that we got were very encouraging in terms of a place for him to go to should he be released, and the family working very hard to make sure he has employment when he comes out. So I'm going to be supporting his discretionary parole today, to see that he can get out there and hopefully use his parole officer and the services available to him in the community, which I think would be much better served at this point than where he's currently at.
Board Member Turner.
I agree.
All right, I
have no contact victim.
AM and HL.
Correct.
Problem sexual behavior treatment.
Yeah.
Mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary.
Correct. And what about do you think behavior for domestic violence?
The court had that, but that's not what the nature of the relationship was. So it doesn't really make any sense. But since his family is setting him up with a sober house, I think perhaps halfway house.
Halfway house placement if necessary,
If
in
needed,
case something happens
Mhm.
with the sober house. Okay. So regarding, Ishar Tucker, 269-853. I move to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: halfway house placement if necessary, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with victims A, M, or HL. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Tucker, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release, okay?
Thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr.
This is the
Rodriguez.
hearing for Ishar Tucker, inmate number 269-853. You're all set, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you.
This here, Grant. It doesn't look like it right now, but see the one. You see the way to say you go? Yeah. Just wait for the count pairs. Just wait to give us the count pairs.
Hey, doing, Mr. Rivera?
How you doing? Good afternoon.
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Ross Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certifying they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information preparation in this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Cole.
Good morning, good afternoon, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Rivera, 282-444.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Rivera, inmate number 282-444. It's serving a sentence of 36 months for 2-count burglary third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 11th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. Just an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offenders completed the following programs. Tier 2, utilized in the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, that question, I try to prepare for this question all the time and never could really, that's a tough question, but I can just tell you today that I'm just ready to be the man that God has created me to be. And that's why I feel like I should be granted parole.
All right. So what we're going to do is we read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, your interview with a parole officer. Based upon that, we have some questions to get to your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns to ask those questions, then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
All right.
All right. So you just finished here too a short time ago.
Yes, sir.
What did you learn about yourself in that program?
Well, a lot of the information that I got from Tier 2, I was a little familiar with. But to be honest with you, one of my peers shared one day in the Tier 2, he said that life was more about the journey than the destination. And something about that resonated with me when he said that. Because I've learned that throughout my travels, like I'm always thinking, trying to get to a certain different place. And when I get to the certain place, it's still like the next thing and the next thing. And, I'm starting, when he said that, it made me realize that life is more about the journey. That was the most profound thing that I, heard in Tier 2. Other than all the tools, like I said, a lot of the tools I've heard before and I was familiar with. But that was the most. Where did you learn those tools before? Like throughout being in jail, being in programs and stuff. I did Tier 4 before, stuff of that nature. A lot of the, things of that
When
nature.
did you do Tier 4?
They don't have Tier 4 here.
So when did you do Tier 4?
Oh, that was 2015.
So in 2015. So,
2015.
So what happened that, I see burglary 3, and what that tells me is an addict. pretty
Yeah,
much,
right.
Okay. So, without even having to read about the substance use stuff, right?
Right, right.
So what happened that, you took tier 4, have you had some recovery in the community?
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is,
How
all
long?
right, so my life goes into like 2 different phases, right? Like the beginning of my life from like my early teens all the way up until like, my early 30s, mid 30s, I was living a certain lifestyle, right? So that lifestyle was, I was just going through the motions of that lifestyle, basically. That's the best way to put it. So after I made the transition, what I'm saying, to say, you know what, I want to do better with my life. I started getting jobs, started, doing things the right way. I started learning that doing things the right way has its own set of obstacles too. You know what I'm saying? Like the struggles don't stop just because you start doing good.
Right.
So I learned that. So that gave me that experience. So when I went through that experience, the stresses of being an everyday dad, having to pay bills, relationship, being in a relationship, what a newborn does to a relationship, like all of these things are all brand new to me, and I'm a late bloomer. I started doing that later on in my late 30s.
Okay.
So, when I started doing all of those things, the pressures of that were foreign to me. I didn't know, kind of like what to do. It caught me off guard, basically.
So what led up to the burglary 3s then?
So what happened was I had lost my job, and it was the holidays around that time. And that's why I say those pressures of that moment got the best of me and made me make bad decisions.
Okay. So you got the guy on West Center Street twice.
Yeah.
So what, $3,250, right?
Right.
Did that provide for a good Christmas?
Honestly, it did, but it costed me 2 more Christmases. So it didn't add
Two
up.
more Christmases.
Yeah, it didn't add up.
There you go.
It didn't add up.
Right. So that's
Yeah, not to cut you off. I do have plans, though. I do have plans, whether, I make parole or not. I'm going to pay back every dollar of that, though, too.
Okay. And so what do you do? I mean, I read some stuff, I read some stuff with your interview with Parole Officer Shamroy that you were talking about CCAR.
Yeah, I did the academy when I was home too. I got a part of CCAR when I was home too.
And so you did that, but then you did burglary 3.
Right.
And then what were you going to for program?
Where I was going to?
Yeah, what were you doing? Were you doing AA? Were you doing NA? Were you doing all recovery? What were you doing?
I was doing volunteer work at the CCAR building on Weathersfield Avenue.
Well, that's nice. But what were you doing for your own recovery?
I felt like that was me doing something for my recovery. Giving back and helping was a part of me helping my recovery. Because when I was in that phase of my life, I was in a good place. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when I was at my best, when I was in that atmosphere.
So the first thing a good recovery coach gets is what?
A recovery coach.
A recovery coach.
A recovery coach, right?
Right. So where was your guidance on meetings, on a network?
Right, so my recovery coach name was Rich Walsh. He was the guy who introduced me to CCAR. He was a good dude. I linked up with him, and sometimes hindsight is 20/20. So like he used to tell me back then, like I was so like job orientated. I got to get a job. I got to get a job. I got to take care of my family. And he used to say, "Put your recovery first. Put your recovery first." And for some reason, it was like, yeah, I hear you, but I got to work. I got to provide for my daughter. My daughter was a newborn at the time. 1 year old. So I was like, yeah, I hear you, but I got to and that's when I learned, after it's all said and done, I go back to that moment. And I say, this is why he kept saying, put your recovery first, because no matter how much you build, you still could crumble at any given moment. But, and I didn't have that. I had to go through that to understand that, basically, you know what I mean? But he told me that constantly. That was his speech to me. Recovery first. Don't worry about a job. Just chill out. Recovery first. You know what I'm saying? And I was just, once again, I'm trying to provide for my family. You know, I'm trying to be a man. I'm trying to do these things. And it was just, you know, it was a lot.
So with that being said, putting your recovery first, if you are granted parole, what does that look like?
My recovery first is as soon as getting back in tune with CCAR, because CCAR was the best thing that ever happened to me. When I was in CCAR, me sharing my experiences and me giving back to my community gave me a sense of purpose. It was worth more than a dollar amount. It beat going to work. And it would have ultimately turned into a career for me had I stuck with it. Like, there were people who believed in me, who wanted me, who rooted for me, and all of that. But I chose to go the work route, and then I did put my recovery first. So CCAR would be number one. I've even introduced a lot of other people to CCAR, like, along the way. I know a lot of people that I've paved the way for with CCAR, and they're out there doing good in the community and, you know, stuff like that. So if I'm in tune with CCAR, that automatically covers my recovery right there alone. It has all the elements I need for that.
To an extent.
Yeah, to an extent, obviously. Yeah.
To an extent. So it looks like to me you want to sponsor the Manchester.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you do when you're in Manchester and you want to do recovery? You go to Hartford? Is that the same place that you got the PCP? Was Hartford?
Hartford, yeah.
So,
they changed.
Right.
They
So when you're in Manchester and you want to do recovery, what do?
I go to the Hartford building in Hartford to the CCAR. So when I was home, they changed CCAR. When I first started going to CCAR, it was only open till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now CCAR is open to 8 o'clock at night. So it gives me more.
And just so that you know, and my job is to look at suitability for parole, but just a piece of advice, look around for meetings where you live that will support your recovery, right?
Absolutely.
Because they're somebody that goes in is just worried about everyone else's recovery and volunteering. They aren't taking care of what they need to take care of, and that's themselves, right? What your guy at CCAR said, put your recovery first, right?
Absolutely.
So,
and I have access to him at all times too. Like, I could call him at any given time. He opened that door for me too. Like, yo, if you're feeling the way, just call me. We'll figure it out, you know? So he was a very pivotal person in why I was able to get a job, get a license, get an apartment, and do all of these things. Without him, I wouldn't even be able to accomplish those things. So I know what, you know what I'm saying? I know the importance of that, what you say when you're saying staying in tune with my recovery is very important. And most importantly, even not just my recovery, it's my attitude about my recovery. Because when I go back when I review the tape and when I start to see the things spiral out of control, it wasn't the substance that it starts with. It starts with my attitude. That's where it all started with.
Yep. So the last question I have is, what do you want to do in terms of employment in the community?
Oh, so, all right. So employment, like I said, I have a few people who have good, like, I got a Hartford Hospital option that I got a plug to work in there, who's working in there, who said he could give me a job. I got another job at ADUSA working at a warehouse. I worked there already, but what I learned about that also was that third shift schedule isn't for me because it takes away my ability to invest into my recovery. That's another thing that I learned. I was working third shift, waking up and going back to work. Like, there was no time for recovery, basically, working that kind of job. So I gotta find a job that suits my recovery. You know what I'm saying? I have to build my life around that recovery part.
All right. I'm going to see if other board members have questions for you. Board member permit.
So, Mr. Rivera, you were serving a federal sentence and you were on federal supervision when you committed these crimes. And you were actually charged with robbery at this food mart. They knew you because you were a regular customer there.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I wasn't on federal probation when I caught these cases.
One case is from 24, one case from 25. The OP that I have written is for 20. So I believe it's time. Federal stuff.
2019, you got a federal sentence of 4 years plus 4 years of supervision. And in 2023, you got a violation of probation for the federal sentence. So it looks like there's some overlap here.
Oh, yes, yeah. So what happened was I violated.
Okay, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. So, you haven't taken the Voices program this bid, but there was a hardworking clerk there at the food mart that you traumatized by your choice to rob it, not once, but twice.
Mm.
What do you think you put that person through? It was a young woman.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I know that must
I'm
have really
asking
hurt.
you to imagine. What do you think you put her through?
I think I put it through, like you just said, a traumatic experience. I don't know how else to say that. I don't know how else to answer that.
Well, emotionally, she was upset in the moment, probably came to feel pretty angry that you were a member of the community and you would victimize their business. And, you probably had some financial impact on her. I can't imagine going back to that job after being robbed once, let alone going back and having it happen all over again. Because the terror in the moment is you're completely unpredictable. If you don't get what you want, who knows what you would be capable of doing?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the trauma comes in, because for that person who's actually there doing a job, not a glamorous one, is in the moment unsure if she's going to live to see the next day. So it's important, Mr. Rivera, that you appreciate the full harm, that people have endured as a result of the crimes you've chosen to perpetrate. So, with this end of sentence, it's again at the holidays. So we certainly don't want to see the same thing repeated because you felt pressure to provide gifts for your family members and are just coming out of prison. So how are you going to cope with it this time?
Miss, I can honestly tell you, I agree with everything that you said. It's embarrassing for me. I can assure you that this is very embarrassing for me, and I have all the remorse in the world for what I've done. What's wrong is wrong. There's no other way for me to put it. You know what I'm saying? All I know is that when I get out of this place, I'm gonna go and right my wrongs the best way that I can. Like I said.
Okay. Again, you said to us at the beginning that you felt pressure because you came out at the holidays, or the holidays were coming up, and you felt like you needed to step up, so you made the choice to rob this business. So your end of sentence on this bid is again in November of next year. How do I know that coming out, you're not going to feel those same pressures and make some similarly poor choices in order to show up with an armload of gifts to family at the holidays?
Because after going through what I went through, I know that I can 100% certainty say I would never in my life do no such thing again. I would never in my life do no such thing again. I know that for 100% certainty. Not for me, not for my daughters, not for my family, not for nobody. I lost a lot. I heard there was a ripple effect with that choices that I made. It didn't just stop at the clerk. That ripple effect went throughout my whole family too. So I have a lot of regret about that choice. I can assure you that.
And that's good, because, you know, hopefully you're learning from it. When you met with Officer Shamroy, you said regarding what happened, you feel horrible. You felt horrible immediately, and that's why you called the police on yourself.
Yeah, so I'm the one who reported myself to the police about that crime.
Okay, well, you were found hiding behind a shed.
No, all right, so listen, when I called them, I left my house to go to the store. When I called the police, they said, we'll come over there, we'll come talk to you, whatever the case may be. I went to the store. As I was coming back from the store, police just jumped out chasing me, so I just responded like off fear. I'm the one that called them though. I'm the one that told them to come to the house. I'm the one who made the call.
Okay, well, you know, I'm not sure why you responded with fear if you were expecting them. But at the same time, you don't get to say you turned yourself in, but you were found hiding behind a shed.
No, listen, miss, I need you to understand how it happened. I know they look sound, but I'm coming from the store and they come running, chasing me like out of nowhere. It's late night. I'm in the mansion. There's nobody on the street. And all of a sudden people, hey, come here, boom. And I instinctively started running. I didn't know who it was. They didn't say this is police, nothing. I didn't know. I'm going back home. I literally just made the call 5 minutes before that happened. So I wasn't hiding, but once I figured out it was done, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm the one that called y'all. That's why they even came to begin with. They would have never even came if I never called them.
No, they would have come because you robbed the store. So, Mr. Rivera, you have numerous gun convictions in your past. Most recently in 2022, that got you the deadly weapon offender registry. That's a 5-year obligation.
Mm-hmm.
You should pay attention to whether or not that's still in play when you come out into the community, because you don't want to be caught up in violating that obligation because it was on a prior bid and you didn't think you still had to take care of that. So be aware.
All right.
I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Rodriguez.
I don't know if you asked this or not. Mr. Chair. You know, you took tier 4 in 2015.
Yep.
We covered that.
What? Oh, we did cover that?
Mhm.
Why it didn't work? Okay. All right, I'm done.
All right. So Mr. Rivera, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. So Mr. Rivera has a drug score of a 4. He's in for 2 convictions for burglary third, which they were the same store.
Which was actually robberies.
At the end of the street. Because that store is on the corner of Lina Street and
Center.
Yep, and West Center Street, and that's so we're dealing with substance use being a big issue here, especially since the federal time was distribution of narcotics as well. He has taken the tier 2 program. He is, there's new thoughts that are there. That is something else that was recommended but has not been accomplished. He's not had any disciplinary report during this incarceration. He has a connection to CCAR in the community. So there's pro-social support when it comes to recovery. Although I certainly would hope that he expands his horizon, because going to the same city where you get your PCP from would be a good
Potentially
thing.
triggering. Mhm.
Yeah, especially when there's over 50 meetings in the city where he resides. Based upon the support in the community and is finishing tier 2, I could support his parole in this case, but I want to hear from the board members and what their thoughts are here. For example.
So there are pluses and minuses.
Yeah.
You know, the 0 DRs.
Yeah.
But he's failed every opportunity he's been afforded at community release. You know, he's taken a few programs. He took similar tier 4 domestic violence, Start Now in his last bid. And at 43, he still scores high for his risk to reoffend. So, you know, I'm kind of going like this in this situation. He has a concerning criminal history of 25 years that includes 4 different convictions for gun offenses. There was no allegation of a gun being displayed at the store.
Right.
I'm not sure how the robberies turned into burglaries, but he was fortunate for that in his sentencing. And then there's the, you know, the complicated history with federal convictions as well. You know, what he said when he was interviewed was what he learned from programming was to ask that he's able to ask for help. Well, he took tier 4. I mean, that is the fundamental message that we hear from people coming out of tier 4 is that they learn to ask for help. But he didn't, and he made some poor choices that impacted a lot of people and his community. Glad that he's connected to CCAR and understands, as you pointed out, that he needs the support as much as he, you know, may be positioned to offer it to others. He is end of sentence in, what's this, a year and 5 months. You mentioned he hasn't taken new thoughts. He, you know, could benefit from a Voices program as well, you know, to more fully understand the ripple effect that crime has on our community. So I don't know that I've helped you.
I don't know that I helped you either. I'm kind of in the same place. I think, you know, and again, there are some pluses and minuses to this whole situation, as my colleague very much shared. But I would like to see him taking new thoughts, and if he can get into Voices, that would be fine. I don't know if he can get into it or not, but any other additional program would be very helpful. And I'd bring him back.
What I'd love to see from Mr. Rivera is a decision to change environment and to go to a halfway house and take responsibility for getting his life in order instead of a default to go to his girlfriend. She's not confirmed, so that may not happen anyway. But, you know, a complete change of environment for a fresh start at 43.
But it's at the same time, it's like the programming the CCAR offers covers with the all recovery meetings that they have and the topics that they discuss. Covers a lot of things that would be covered in New Thoughts as well. I mean, I think one of the big things here is that these burglaries were committed because of not having money around the holidays. And I think he said a really key thing in this whole thing. He did those 2 burglaries and it cost him 2 Christmases. So instant gratification of being able to give something for the family besides giving yourself to your family, which is adequate in all situations, cost him being incarcerated through two Christmases. So I'm inclined to give him the opportunity because there is no supervision to follow.
Right.
Oh, that's the other issue. That's the,
And the thing is that he could make use of parole. He could connect with CCAR. There's job programs that parole can connect him with.
Which he needs because he
Yes.
has, little work history. So, yeah, okay, I'll agree.
I'll reconsider it.
I have halfway house. I have a stay away.
Oh, yeah, Ravi Food Bar.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't care if
Oh, yeah,
it's
stay away.
30 feet out your front door. Don't go on that property.
Karen's the only place in town that sells bread.
No, there's a couple around there.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's Christmas Eve and,
I get it. So, just those two?
Yep.
Okay. So regarding Michael Rivera, 282-444, I move to grant parole on or after July 11, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement if necessary, and general stay away. Don't go there. Ravi Food Mart, 208 West Center Street. Is there a second? Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rivera, you've been voted to parole. I would make really good use of this opportunity, right?
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. I won't let you down.
Don't let yourself down, sir.
That's first and foremost. But y'all giving me the opportunity, so I gotta appreciate it. But I do have a question. I heard you say something about where I live at, so I should change that sponsor, basically?
No, I was just saying, in terms of, stepping out on a positive note and really taking responsibility for yourself, a halfway house in a new city could really be to your benefit.
Oh, okay.
See cars all over the state.
Okay.
So, have a fresh start. Give yourself that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This concludes the hearing for Michael Rivera, May number 282-444.
304.
You're all set.
Thank you, Mr.
You're all set, Mr. Rivera.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.